Good morning. It's November 9th, and we're starting the planning board hearing. The first item related to preliminary matters, item A is adoption of resolution. The adoption resolution CU 2024 Escobar Tree Care Forest Conservation Plan F 20230310. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. The next item, item B, is approval of minutes. The minutes of October 5th, 2023 open session, October 5th, 2023 closed session, October 10th, 2023 open session, and October 10th, 2023 closed session. Do I have a motion for approval?
I have a point of clarification. I want to make sure whether or not I was available on that date. I don't know if I was here or not. Check that to make sure.
Let us, we will check, okay. From what I recalled, there was one item at the end that you had either leave early or something
Okay.
like that, but you were here for most of the meetings. But let's check and we can come back. Shall we come back to that? Okay, we'll come back to approval of minutes. The next other preliminary matters, the first item under C is Bethesda Advisory Panel Committee appointment of panel members, where staff recommends approve appointment. We have Ms. Grace Bogan here to present. Good morning.
All right. Good morning, members of the Planning Board. For the record, Grace Bogdan. I'm a planner with the Down County Regulatory Division, and I also facilitate the Bethesda Design Advisory Panel. And today we're here before you to recommend a new appointment to the panel for the developer position. But before we get there, I just wanted to give you a brief summary, a very brief summary of the role of the DAP, how it was created, how it functions. And so the Design Advisory Panel was formed in 2017, subsequent to the adoption of the Bethesda Downtown Plan. And the primary goal of the DAP is to provide advice, recommendation, and recommendations that will heighten design excellence and improve the quality of architecture for new development in Bethesda. This is in part done by the panel members' education and experience and background, and also with support from the Bethesda Design Guidelines. The DAP meets monthly. We're still in a hybrid and virtual, a virtual and in-person format. These meetings are open to the public, and the public is able to participate and make comments on projects. And the DAP usually sees projects at two levels of review, the first of which is at sketch plans, so the DAP's really focusing on the high-level massing, the concept of the project, and general conformance with the design guidelines and the big visions of the sector plan. And then again, at site plan, when the project's moving into its final architectural detail, its landscaping, materials, and that's when a vote on public benefit points is taken. For projects within the Bethesda overlay zone, there is a requirement to have a minimum of 10 design excellence points for public benefits and a maximum of 30. So the design advisory panel really also steps in there to help recommend what the project should achieve in that term of that range. And so the panel structure, it's comprised of 5 members and a representative from the director's office, so 6 total. And so we have a representative of the Bethesda community, a resident that lives in Bethesda itself, a member of the development community, a member of academia, a registered architect, and a landscape architect. When the panel was first formed in 2017, these positions were staggered terms, so at no point would more than 2 members be, their tenure would be expiring at the same time. And so today we are looking at the development community representative. Damon Orbana has been serving on the panel since 2017. Fun fact, actually, I think our first meeting with the DAP was in November of 2017, so 6 full years from now, 6 full years from then. And so we sent out requests for nominations, and we received 3 nominations, all with a good background in development and commercial real estate. And we are recommending that the planning board appoint John Schitterer for a term of 3 years. John Schitterer is a vice president with Federal Realty. He's been in that position for at least 25 years, in the development community for 40 years. He also has landscape, architecture and planning background. He often speaks at ULI functions and is active in the academia community as well. And so we're really excited to have him on. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Thank you for your presentation. I have no questions.
Was there a copy of Mr. Schitterer's resume supplied to us beforehand?
Yes, it actually is attached to the staff report.
Thanks. I missed it.
Yeah. So, thank you very much. If there are no other questions or comments, do I have a motion for approval of John Schitterer to the Design Advisory Panel Committee?
I move to approve the, the new board, Bethesda Design Board member to this position.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Thank you very much. The next item is just, the county has a Racial Equity and Social Justice Committee, and the board is to submit a member to that. And I've submitting Jashawn Bartley to serve on the Racial Equity and Social Committee. Just wanted to, and I thank Commissioner Bartley for willing to do that. Thank you, Commissioner Bartley. The next item is item 4, our roundtable discussion, where Acting Planning Director Tanya Stern will give her presentation. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, board members. Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director. If we can pull up my presentation. Thank you. So today is actually my last planning director's report as acting planning director. My next turn would have been on in 2 weeks, which is Thanksgiving. And so I wanted to take this opportunity to thank the board for this opportunity to have served as acting director for the last 13 months. As everyone knows, it's been quite a bit a time of lots of changes for the department as well as the board. I have been acting director under 3 different planning boards since that time. And so I think our department has really weathered these changes, and we really appreciate, in particular, the current board for your leadership and your dedication to ensuring that we can collectively do excellent work together for Montgomery County. I also just wanted to highlight that, our department has been very busy. I like to say we've had a very active work program over the last year, and just wanted to take note of some of the accomplishments by the planning department during my time as acting director. The County Council has approved Thrive Montgomery 2050, as well as the Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan, amendments to the Historic Preservation Master Plan, as well as the Pedestrian Master Plan just a few weeks ago. And we have the Fairlane and Briggs Cheney Master Plan, or the council review. Very excited to get that to close to the finish line. And the board is also undergoing the review of the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment. And again, we have lots and lots of projects underway, really great master plans that are at various stages of development, including the University Boulevard Corridor Plan, and one of our newer ones, the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan. Very innovative projects and opportunities to further innovation in the county, such as the Growth and Infrastructure Policy Update, as well as the Incentive Zoning Update. And so again, I just really want to thank the board, but particularly want to thank the senior leadership team, and most importantly, the staff of the planning department for their dedication and hard work and collaboration in making sure that our department can be effective, during this time of transition over this last year. So shifting gears, wanted to share some great news that our fabulous communications division recently won several awards. This is the Markham Awards. It is a national awards focusing on communications and communications materials. We received awards for several of the communications products by our team. For Thrive Montgomery 2050, the document received a Platinum Award for publications. That's very exciting. As well as the Montgomery County Development Review Process video won an award. Our Reforest Montgomery video series won an award. Our Silver Spring Downtown Adjacent Communities Plan was a Gold Award winner for publication. And the Reforest Montgomery This School Love Trees signage won the Gold Award for poster design. You know, again, just wanted to say, having worked in 2 planning departments, when I started working here, I was very excited that we had our own dedicated communications team. And these awards definitely, you know, demonstrate the high quality of their work, and also just the fact that our department produces lots of different types of communications materials to make it even easier for residents to learn about our work and to get engaged. So kudos to our communications division. So I'm going to shift gears again and give some highlights about my recent trip to Los Angeles for the Urban Land Institute 2023 fall meeting. That's where I spent last week. And this is a photo of me on a tour, which I'll talk about in a little bit, in Culver City near some TOD projects. So the ULI Fall Meeting, this is the second of 2 annual conferences that ULI holds every year. There's a spring meeting, which I also attended in April, and then the fall meeting. And the fall meeting is actually their biggest conference. There were 6,000 attendees. It's a little bit longer than the spring meeting. And I've been going for several years, and I find that it's a really great opportunity to learn about the latest trends, best practices in the real estate field, to hear from developers and others who are actually doing these projects about what are some of the challenges that they're facing and how they are overcoming them. And most importantly, it's really great to have the opportunity to do tours in the host city. And I was able to do several tours, particularly of housing developments and some mixed-use projects. And this one is of some images from a tour I took of the Jordan Downs public housing redevelopment. This is a 71-acre site in, I believe it's in South LA. Don't quote me on that, but this is a site that is owned by the City of LA's Housing Authority, and it is completely redeveloping an existing public housing development that had 100 buildings of sort of 2-level buildings that were built in the 1930s and 40s, originally as temporary housing, that, you know, as you can imagine, over the years has, really needed to be replaced or probably heavily maintained. And so LA's Housing Authority embarked on this effort to not only replace those units, but they also purchased, I think, about 40 acres of an industrial site that was essentially right next door. So they were able to create a new community on a much larger footprint. And there's a screenshot at the upper portion that gives some highlights. They're replacing 700 existing units and producing over essentially 1,400, 1,500 units, so more than doubling the total number of units. The majority of them will be income restricted units, but there will also be some market rate units because they got some choice neighborhood grant from HUD, which supports mixed income redevelopment for public housing sites. And there will also be some units for, I think, townhouse units for home ownership opportunities. They are also extending a major corridor, Century Boulevard. They used to dead end at their site. I've gone out to LA a few times, and Century Boulevard goes all the way to the airport, essentially. So it's a major corridor. They are also building a community center, 3 parks for this community, and there's also a separate retail center that is actually completed, which we got to see. And so I believe they are about halfway through redeveloping the site, and what they've been doing is to ensure that the residents can actually stay in this community. They are doing this over many phases, and as they build a certain number of buildings, then they will go and relocate residents from certain buildings and move them to the new buildings, tear down the buildings, and so they're basically going around the site that way. One of the things that I was particularly struck by is if you look at these two images, they don't necessarily look like it's the one sort of same development. The City of LA's Public Housing Authority is actually working with two different developers that are doing sort of one developer is doing one half of the site, the other is doing the other half, but they are using different styles of architecture for the different buildings. They're at different heights. So it really does look to me more of like an organic community rather than just sort of one development that looks the same. So it was really exciting to see. I've heard about these types of complete redevelopments of public housing sites. There have been some in DC, but to go and to visit one that's already underway was very exciting. And they also, the Public Housing Authority there also has community coaches, which are some residents from this community who are not just ambassadors, but were also involved in helping to select the development teams and also to help with the transition for the residents. So, and we got to talk with a couple of them. So that was really great. So moving on, I've got some more. Went to quite a number of different sessions that were really interesting. Here's one highlight. This is Cambridge Crossing, which is in Cambridge, Massachusetts. It's a mixed-use life science community. And since, life sciences is a huge industry there, I wanted to learn more about this. Something that's particularly interesting about this one is that it combines life sciences with housing, all within the same sort of district. Just to kind of orient you, there's two yellow buildings kind of at the top. Those are life sciences building. The purple buildings, I believe, are the residential buildings. I think they're both multifamily rental and condo. And this is right along a existing rail line. So it's a major district that's been under development for a number of years. But I was just particularly interested in it because they were able to combine life sciences and housing in the same district, which is something that we're looking at for our Great Seneca Plan. I'm also a member of ULI's National Transit-Oriented Development Product Council, and each of the product councils have their own dedicated day during a conference where they have their own programming and tours. And I have some screenshots of some couple of the panels that I thought were particularly interesting. LA Metro is also doing a joint development initiative, just like WMATA is here, to redevelop portions of their metro sites, and they are particularly focused on putting housing on those sites. Their board has a commitment, is shown in a screenshot at the bottom left, a 10,000 home commitment for these metro sites that are being put out for joint development. There are already, I believe, 2,200 units that already exist, but that's taken place over a long period of time. But they've set a goal of building 10,000 units by 2031. So they want to, they're looking at how to expedite the process to be able to make it easier for developers to put these sites, to turn these sites into housing. Some of the things I think that they were looking at was for LA Metro to take care of some of the infrastructure that needed to be put in place up front, so there was less that the developers had to do to actually prepare these sites for development. We also heard about an initiative in the Crenshaw community, which is a majority African-American neighborhood, and there's an organization called Destination Crenshaw that is working on really helping to turn Crenshaw into sort of a dedicated space to celebrate LA's Black culture. I heard from the executive director that there isn't really a place like that in Los Angeles, which is kind of surprising to me, but that's apparently the case. The other thing to keep in mind is that it's a little bit hard to see on the top screenshot, but Crenshaw has 2 metro stations going through there. LA has been investing in expanding its transit system, and so there are several communities that are seeing not only these new stations or extensions of lines, but a lot of development that's happening. And there was a concern, particularly in Crenshaw, with those new stations, that the possibility of gentrification and potential displacement. And so this effort was to leverage those stations, but to create some amenities for the residents who are there. And so there are, I think it's about 6 pocket parks, 100 murals, art installations, and other or interventions that are being put in place that I heard are really intended to, again, celebrate Black culture in Crenshaw and to use even some of the building components are ones that are taken from different aspects of African culture. So really to make it very place specific and to make this a particular destination. So moving on, as I mentioned earlier, I got to go on some TOD tours as well, and there's some images of some sites that I saw in Culver City. Our TOD day was in Culver City, so we got to do some tours after the speakers. And the 2 images on the left are from the Ivy Station district. Ivy Station is a LA Metro station that is, you can see kind of the raised platform on the bottom image. Ivy Station, we got to tour a hotel where our program day was, a multifamily residential building that's right next door, and then next to that is an office building. And if you look at the top photo, the residential building is on the right, the office building is on the left. The office building is, the tenant is Warner Discovery, and we heard that Culver City has really turned into sort of the streaming content creation sort of center. There's, I think, Amazon, Apple, Warner, they all have offices there. And so there's been a lot of newer development between office and residential. It sounds like it's turning into a very like cool and hip place. But I was particularly interested in this site and these sites because they are literally right next to the metro. There's also a public park, as you can see there in the bottom image. But one thing that stood out to me and to some of the other attendees is that even though these sites are literally right next to a metro station, you can see that the heights are actually fairly low. It's maybe mid-rise at most. And we heard that in Culver City, there is no support or very little support for high-rise development even right next to the metro. So you don't really see very much of that, except for one site that was one metro stop away, which is, you can see in the upper right image. This is a Cumulus district, which again is right by Metro stop. It's actually mixed use with resident, which there's a retail portion, including a Whole Foods and some other retail spaces along the major street there. And then you come through sort of a portal, and there is a central park area, not very large, but a very nice sort of community park area that is surrounded by multifamily, one of which is a very high-rise, ultra-luxury multifamily building, which is, you can see in that top image, and then the rest of it is more sort of mid-rise market rate housing. And then on the other side of the station, I don't have a photo of it, there's another development with an office building and multifamily that's under construction right now, again, literally right next to the metro station. And then lastly, we got back on the metro and went a few more stops, and this, by then we were in the city of LA, and we toured a 100% affordable housing development that was also a replacement of a prior low-scale, dilapidated complex where the purchaser purchased it and gave the residents 60 days notice and said they were going to turn it into student housing because it's right near the USC campus. And so the residents kind of worked together and ended up working with an affordable housing developer that purchased a site, and the residents were given the right of return. And so they had to be temporarily relocated, and then a whole new complex was built. And so that's an image of a portion of it. There's also a community medical center that's right next to this development, as well as a new grocery store that's about to open. And this site is literally a block away from a metro stop. So it was just really exciting to be able to see not just market rate, but also affordable housing projects that are very transit adjacent.
I'm just curious, did they talk about how the temporary relocation worked in terms of where, did the city pay for the rent entirely for the period of time, or did any of those like logistics? Just
Right.
curious.
For that particular development, that last one, because this wasn't a public housing site, so the city wasn't responsible. And unfortunately, I don't have my notes with me. I think probably what happened, if I recall correctly, the developer, I think the residents were able to qualify for either Section 8 vouchers, or they had some other properties they were able to relocate folks temporarily, or to, they actually, I recall now, they worked with the residents to find new housing for them. And then, again, once the development was completed, then they had the opportunity to move back. But I believe the residents probably used maybe like Section 8 vouchers or something like that.
Yeah, probably an HCV relocation, a relocate voucher they have, so they
Yeah.
can do that with some developments.
Yeah.
So how was the, regard if it was rental or purchase, the prices? Did they have to pay more comparing to the previous place that they were? Do you know?
For this affordable housing development,
Yeah.
my recollection is I believe it wasn't necessary. It was all rental. They didn't necessarily have to pay more. I think it was still within, the funding that they are provided to be able to pay for their rent. So just one last slide to follow up, or just to conclude. Also wanted to note another really interesting panel I attended, Designing for Equity, Best Practices for Creating Equitable Places in Los Angeles, that included a council member from LA, as well as someone from the design team that's working on Destination Crenshaw, and a developer as well. And that was a really interesting conversation about leveraging projects like Destination Crenshaw and other efforts to really make sure that LA's Black and Brown communities are benefiting from these transit investments and other investments. And then just a couple of images. I went to a reception one evening, and the mayor of LA, Karen Bass, came by, so I was able to get a quick photo of her, and just an image of downtown LA, where I attended a dinner. And just wanted to say I really enjoyed going to this conference and learning more about what's happening in LA as well as in other parts of the country. The last point I will conclude with is for the TOD panel, the TOD Product Council Day. They always start that session with a discussion about the capital markets. And, I'm not a developer. Some of this is sort of over my head, but I've heard these talks enough times, and I get sort of the big takeaways. And the big takeaways in terms of doing development is that, as you all know, it's very expensive. Financing is more expensive. Insurance is more expensive. Everything is more expensive. And so there's, folks are really tracking what the impact is going to be. I did hear from another developer who was a speaker there that even though what they've experienced is that for them as a long-term property holder, even though the cost may be expensive now, over time, once they do complete those projects, they are profitable because they are able to basically weather this, this sort of temporary period. So that concludes my presentation.
Well, thank you very much. The commissioners have any questions, comments?
No, thank you very much for your presentation. I've thoroughly enjoyed all the presentations and the information you've shared with us. I really appreciate your role as a director in keeping me informed and being kind enough to answer every and any question I had. I do practice law and I do real estate law, but I've done development. And every time I had a development question or needed insight, information, and help in making a decision, you were always willing and welcome to answer my question, and collaborated and connected me with the people internally who could answer my questions. And this presentation, like your other presentations with regards to your trips, have been very insightful for me and have developed a foundation for me as a board member here, and I'd like to thank you for your service. Thank you.
I just second all of that, and also thank you for supporting us through the transition during your time. And likewise, I found that your director reports have often brought in these comparative perspectives, which I found to be really helpful in our conversations. I also really enjoyed the one you brought back from South Korea, just because, you know, I'm a bit of an urban junkie and I like learning about all those things. So, so yeah, thank you again, and yeah.
And I also want to thank you for your role as acting deputy. Since we have been here, I know that I personally was sending a lot of questions, asking for information that to learn the process and many planning processes. And it has been really helpful what you have done. And also during these past 13 months, you have done a fantastic job. And we really appreciate that you moved the ship as it was ahead. And, you weathered many storms. Thank you.
Everybody took everything I was going to say. Thanks a lot. It's been really great. And I really appreciate all the support whenever we come on. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And Acting Director Stern, thank you so much for your leadership. You know, I'm just amazed at how you led your team through the past 13 months, through a lot of ups and downs here, and I really appreciate that. Your enthusiasm. Also, you're amazing at sharing your stories as you visit other places, and that's really important to see how other people do it, and how we can learn from that. So we really appreciate that. So thank you so much.
Thank you all so much.
Okay, we're gonna go on to our next item.
Mr. Chair, we have the minutes that we skipped over to sort out. If Commissioner Bartley was present for the closed session on October 10th, but not for the open session. So if you could vote on the minutes for October 5th, both the closed session and the open session, and the closed session minutes for October 10th first, and then Commissioner Bartley is eligible to vote for those items, and then we can separate out the open session minutes for the 10th for a subsequent vote for which Commissioner Bartley should abstain.
Great, thank you for that clarification, and thank you for bringing that up. Okay. So do I have a motion to approve the minutes for open session October 5th, the closed session for October 5th, and the closed session for October 10th?
So moved.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. And then do I have a motion to approve the minutes for the open session of October 10th?
I'll move to approve those minutes.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 So 4 in favor, 1 abstain. Thank you. We'll take a 2-minute break and move on to item number 5, the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment, where we'll discuss the historic preservation work session. Thank you. Good morning again. We're on item number 5, Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment Historic Preservation Work Session, where Rebecca Ballo will be presenting. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Harris and members of the board. Thank you. Again, for the record, my name is Rebecca Ballo, Historic Preservation Supervisor. I am joined here by the Down County team that has been working on the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment. I am here this morning to present the specific historic preservation recommendations. I would also like to acknowledge before I start that this portion of the plan was largely prepared by Casey Roan, Cultural Resources Planner on my team, who has since moved to another position with Prince George's County. But I do want to acknowledge her because she spent years working on the content that you have received and that I will be presenting this morning. I would also like to recognize Karen Burdett, the Vice Chair of the Historic Preservation Commission, who is here with us this morning and is able to answer any questions should there be any. So with that, I'll get started. So an overview of the presentation this morning, I will speak briefly about the historic designation process in Montgomery County. I will present the historic preservation recommendations, talking about our prior outreach and public hearings with the HPC and other bodies. And then I will go through the historic designation information for 3 specific sites: the Hefner Park Community Center, Crestview, and the Sligo Seventh-day Adventist Church. I will touch briefly on the proposed community history narrative, and then also speak briefly at the end about additional recommendations for historic and cultural resources plan-wide. So very briefly, to introduce the role of historic preservation in this master plan amendment, currently there are no designated master plan or locational atlas properties within the plan area, with the exception of the Carroll Avenue Bridge. See if I can get, well, the Carroll Avenue Bridge is part of the Tacoma Park Historic District. It extends just over into the plan area. And so when we started this master planning process, the team we will hire a cultural resources consultant, which we did in this case, EHT Traceries, to survey select resources and provide documentation, including preliminary recommendations for new sites to designate within the plan area. And from this broader group of surveyed sites that they completed for us, staff found that there were 3 individual resources that met the historic designation criteria outlined in Chapter 24A3 of the Montgomery County Code. And these are the 3 sites that we will be discussing this morning. These were the 3 sites that were also reviewed by the Historic Preservation Commission and recommended for designation. So briefly, for the record, about the structure of the designation process. This has been the subject of several briefings and work sessions with the planning board within the past month. But we have 2 documents at play here. One, we have the locational atlas and index of historic sites. And we have the master plan for historic preservation. Along the bottom, you see the timeline for the designation of these properties. It starts with a staff review that can take about a year and a half's worth of time to research the properties and to prepare a proper write-up that was included in Appendix E, and that was also included to the staff report for today. Then the properties are brought forward to the Historic Preservation Commission for their consideration at public hearings and work sessions. Recommendations are included in the public hearing draft, and then we have the presentation here at the planning board during a work session for your information and recommendations. And then if the planning board recommends that the properties should move forward for a designation, the whole package will move forward to the county council that ultimately makes the final recommendations about whether or not a property should be listed in the master plan for historic preservation. I will say also that there is an interim step that involves the locational atlas and index. The staff typically will ask the planning board at this stage to, if you so choose to designate properties to the locational atlas, that you do that now as part of your overall action for the plan. And then those properties would stay on the locational atlas, would receive the protections under Chapter 24A10 of the Code against demolition, while the process continues on to the county council for final designation in the master plan. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you have about that process as we go along. So as a reminder, decisions to place resources on the locational atlas or on the master plan for historic preservation are determined on the basis of designation criteria outlined in Chapter 24A3 of the County Code. These are the criteria for historical and cultural significance and criteria having to do with architectural and design significance. Sites must be found to meet at least one criterion in order to be designated. So briefly about our prior outreach and public hearings, this slide is not inclusive of all of the venues that we have discussed designation of these sites or all of the venues that we have discussed historic preservation more broadly, but these represent important touchstones where these sites and our process were discussed. They were discussed broadly at the April 2022 Planning Board briefing, where we talked broadly about resources in the plan area. And then my team with Ms. Roan talked specifically with stakeholders and property owners during the winter of 2022 to the spring of 2023. That included briefings with the staff of the city of Tacoma Park. It included briefings with representatives of the Sligo Seventh-day Adventist Church and also several meetings with the owners of Crestview. And then on May 10th, we took this forward to the Historic Preservation Commission for their duly advertised work session and public hearing. There is also, this was an advertised public hearing. The owners were all aware of it. The community was aware of it as well. The HPC received public testimony and then voted unanimously to send the recommendations forward to the Planning Board. These recommendations were included in the May 24th working draft presentation to the City of Tacoma Park, and then included in the June 8th working draft presentation to the Planning Board. So with that, I'll now get started on the information for each of the 3 sites that we will be discussing today.
Can I just ask you a question?
Of course.
So these sites that we bring up, I remember that you said that the property owners have to agree with that process, or it doesn't matter? I don't know.
They do not. Owner consent is not one of the requirements under the code for a property to be designated. That said, we do work very closely with property owners every step of the way to let them know all of the opportunities they have to come and testify at all of the public hearings, from the HPC to the Planning Board to the County Council. But the purview for making these decisions, the box that you have to operate in, are the criteria of Chapter 24A3. And then additionally, whether or not it meets the public purpose of the master plan under consideration.
So is it usually welcomed by the property owners, or are they resistant? Are you going to talk about the position of the property owner for each site, that they're willing or unwilling?
I can certainly speak to that as to whether it is entirely dependent upon the property, on whether or not the owner supports it. We work very hard to achieve owner support for the designations. That said, architectural and historical significance, much like a zoning decision, it's based on the particular characteristics of that property and whether or not it meets the criteria under the code, whether or not the owner desires the designation or, for example, desires the zoning change is an additional consideration. Our purview in historic preservation is, does it meet the criteria? For these properties, the owners of Crestview are extraordinarily supportive of the designation. They came to the HPC and they said as much. All of our discussions with the City of Tacoma Park, from the staff to the leadership, have also been universally supportive. There were a lot of questions about adaptive reuse of the building, new construction, how the mechanics of that would work, but there are other city properties that are also designated in the master plan for historic preservation, so they know how that works. When Casey and I briefed the leadership of the church team, the lead pastor for the Sligo Seventh-day Adventist Church in May, they also had a lot of questions about the designation, about how that would work. They did not submit testimony one way or the other to the HPC or to the Planning Board's public hearing, but they've had a lot of questions about the process in general. We've continued to work with them to answer all of their questions.
I'm wondering that if this designation adds to the property value or decrease, or is neutral, because this is something that we don't want. If someone has a property And if the designation is neutral or adds, that's fine. But if the designation, lower the property value, it's something that can impact financially on the property owners. I don't know, so that's why I'm just asking.
So economic studies of historic preservation nationally and regionally show that designation does not lower property values. If anything, it has a neutral to a positive impact on property values. I will say we haven't, it's looking at one property in isolation is one thing. I think in the context of this plan that there are perhaps many, there are many layers of recommendations when we look at the plan in total that may or may not impact the property. I don't know if,
I would just add Elza Heisel McCoy, Chief Down County Planning, for the record. The 3 sites that we're talking about are not recommended in the plan as development sites. So I think in terms of the redevelopment recommendations, these would be neutral.
okay, thank you. Any other questions? No? All right, I'm going to dive right into it. So, starting with the Hefner Park Community Center. So the City of Tacoma Park built the Hefner Park Community Center in 1959, excuse me, as a segregated recreation facility for the city's Black residents. The building and park are the results of decades of advocacy by the city's African-American residents to demand recreational outlets in the years preceding the county's public accommodation law, which prohibited discrimination in public facilities in 1962. The building's small scale and lack of ornamentation reflect the limited resources set aside for this facility in the city's budget. So the red star indicates the location of the site within the planned boundary. The 0.74 acre trapezoidal parcel includes the community center and an approximately half-acre recreation area. The proposed environmental setting for the designation is the entirety of the parcel historically associated with the park. And so that is the red outline. And if you recall from past briefings, environmental setting is really a term of art from the state code. What it means is the area to be designated and subject to review by the Historic Preservation Commission. The next few slides will orient you to the building and site. The community center is a one-story cross-gable roofed building with a utilitarian appearance and general lack of ornamentation. The building's facade faces north, perpendicular to Oswego Avenue. The center consists of the main block and a projecting gable roof front porch, recently enclosed, which shelters the double-leaf front door leading to the main multipurpose room. The park's recreation area is to the west of the building. The west and south elevations continue the simple fenestration seen on the north and east of the building. So now I'll provide some brief information on the context of segregated recreation before delving into Hefner Park specifically. This history is part of a broader national context in which African Americans and other groups were denied access to the parks that proliferated in the early to mid-20th century. And here we have a sign, it's an image of Sandy Point State Park in Anne Arundel County, which shows the direction to the segregated African American beach and the beach for the white residents in Anne Arundel County. So these resources were developed in a period of legalized racial segregation, leading many Black communities to rely on self-help and advocacy to establish their own sites for recreation and leisure, and this pattern is reflected in Tacoma Park. The Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission held primary responsibility for the county's recreation facilities and programs from its inception in 1927 to the establishment of the Department of Recreation in 1953. Through this era, MNC-PPC established parks, playgrounds, and recreation facilities in heavily populated areas, including in Tacoma Park, which I'll discuss shortly. Montgomery County did not begin to integrate its recreation activities until 1955. Hefner Park sits within a historically Black neighborhood known as the Hill, which coalesced around 1920 in a hilly area on Ritchie, Geneva, and Oswego Avenues. Residents of the Hill built local social and community institutions, including a church and school, to mitigate the effects of racial discrimination. One unmet community need was for recreation space. Parks and playgrounds were open to white residents only. In 1941, the Parent Teachers Association of the Tacoma Park Rosenwald School, which is shown here on the right, asked the city to provide playground equipment for the school. This request marks the documented beginning of the Black residents' campaign to gain access to recreation and play space, which 18 years later culminated in the construction of the Hefner Park Community Center. And this campaign was led by the Tacoma Park Colored Citizens Association. We'll refer to it as the CCA in the presentation. So the CCA formed in the 1920s to advocate for fair provision of public services to Black communities, including street paving, regular garbage pickups, utility connections, and funding for the Rosenwald School. Lee Jordan was elected president of the CCA in 1948. So Lee Jordan was born in Mississippi in 1909, and his family moved to Tacoma Park in 1918, where he grew up on Ritchie Avenue. As an adult, Jordan worked as a custodian at the all-white Montgomery Blair School and then at Tacoma Park Junior High until his retirement in 1973. Through these jobs and his community service, he became a mentor and coach who worked to bridge racial divides. The city of Tacoma Park recognizes Jordan as one of the city's most influential citizens due to his leadership in youth sports and recreation. His efforts to integrate youth athletics are seen as a key factor in the peaceful racial integration of Tacoma Park's public schools following the Brown v. Board of Education ruling. Jordan actively took on the role of leading the CCA's campaign for recreational resources in the 1940s and 50s. City Council and CCA meeting minutes show repeated requests for a playground and rec center through the late 40s and early 50s. And Mr. Jordan appeared countless times at City Council meetings, writing letters, and meeting with city staff and elected officials on this issue. Over the same period in the late 1940s to early 1950s, MNC PPC constructed the segregated Tacoma Park Recreation Center for the city's white residents, as African Americans were actively campaigning for equal access to recreation facilities. The new park provided modern indoor and outdoor recreational amenities on an approximately 13-acre site, as shown here. So finally, in April of 1950, 9 years after requests began, the city purchased 3 lots on Oswego Avenue for a quote-unquote colored playground. This was the original location of the park, and today is the site of the city's public works facility. The city did not act quickly to develop the park, but eventually established a playground and baseball diamond on the site by the mid-1950s. Finally, African Americans in Tacoma Park had a place to play and gather outdoors. The city named the park in honor of City Councilman Herman Hefner in August 1952. Still, the site did not include a recreation building. Lee Jordan recognized that Black teenagers needed a place for club meetings and to hold dances and parties. So this is a quote by Ms. Dolly Davis talking about her mother's experience growing up in segregated Tacoma Park. This oral history was collected by Historic Tacoma as part of their African American Oral History Project, talking about, again, her mother's experience as a teenager in Tacoma Park, as the white residents and the white teenagers, had a place to go for recreation, but she and her friends did not. By the early 1950s, major changes were underway just south of the hill along Maple Avenue. Until this point, the stretch of Maple Avenue was subject to flooding and drainage problems and was the site of quote-unquote substandard homes, per public testimony heard by the City Council. It was also home to the city's public works facility, the subject of frequent complaints about the facility's terrible odor and unsightly garbage trucks. The city planned to straighten and channelize Brashear's Run and reorganize the roads to facilitate larger-scale development. In light of the anticipated development along Maple Avenue, city officials determined it was, quote, mandatory that a new location for the Public Works Department be found. In March 1954, seemingly without prior public debate from what we can tell looking through the city's records, the city announced the purchase of a lot just north of the original Hefner Park site, in the midst of the predominantly Black neighborhood of the Hill, for use as the city's new public works facility. The facility was being relocated again to facilitate the development along Maple Avenue. The proposed site, outlined in yellow, is the present-day location of Hefner Park. Residents of the Hill immediately began to protest the selection of this location and the anticipated nuisance and hazards of placing this facility in the midst of their neighborhood. Today, we would identify this as an instance of environmental racism, which is characterized by policies or practices which disproportionately burden communities of color with noxious facilities and air, water, and waste problems. The exact chain of events at this point is just not clear in the historic records, but in 1958, so 4 years later, the city announced that an agreement had been reached to interchange the two sites, to take the existing Hefner Park for the Public Works facility and to create a new park and rec building at the other lot on Oswego that was first proposed for the new Public Works facility. There's a lot of land swapping that's happening here in the city records, and clearly a lot of offline conversations that were happening. So this is just how we were able to sort of piece this jigsaw together. So the news that the existing Hefner Park would close came as a painful shock to park patrons. Residents remember feeling that without the park, they had nowhere to go. The site that they had fought for so long was taken. And this is a quote again from the Oral History Project describing, people's feelings upon hearing this news. The city began planning for a simple building designed by architect Philip Mason, who was designing the new public works facility at the same time. So both buildings were finished and opened to the public on September 13th, 1959. Lee Jordan met with city representatives and the County Department of Recreation to work out programming for the new center. The group planned a new teenage recreation program including games and dancing to be held on Friday evenings. The first gathering of the teen club was held on October 30th, 1959. The teen club was small, but it provided a place for Black teenagers to host parties, play records, dance, and eat together. It became a gathering place not just for teens from Tacoma Park, but nearby African-American neighborhoods surrounding Silver Spring who were barred from other public social venues. The Hefner Park Community Center filled this important social gap until Montgomery County adopted a public accommodations law in 1962, which eventually gave African-American young people more places to gather. Since the 1960s, Hefner Park has continued to operate as a community center and rental space operated by the city's recreation department, offering drop-in programming and classes and hosting birthday parties and family gatherings. Staff found and the HPC concurred that the Hefner Park meets 3 historic designation criteria. So we recommend that it meets criteria 1A, 1C, and 1D, and that the property retains historic integrity to express its period of significance. So next I'm going to discuss Crestview, although I can pause now if there are specific questions about Hefner Park.
Okay. So this history is really interesting. When we designate the building, I didn't know. So is there any kind of interpretation signs or anything? Is the building still being used? Can they do something to describe that why this building is designated as a historic preservation, and this is the story behind it, and in a shorter version, summarize and name the name of the people and why. I think it's important because I know that it's not going to be enough money to create any kind of museum or anything, but some interpretation signs, I think that would help.
Mm-hmm. We could definitely do that. So it is still open and used by the city as a recreation center. People can reserve it for birthday parties, and it's regularly used by the public. Recommendations from previous plans, from the recently adopted Rustic Roads functional plan update, for example, made recommendations about historic markers to be placed at certain properties. And this could be such a location if the board wished to insert language, and the council did as well. We do still have our historic markers program that is also part of the department-wide, the Park and Planning, the Untold Stories Remarkable Montgomery marker program. So that's one way that we could foster
So there
public
is
understanding
funding
at
in
the
there
site.
available to create some signage. I think it's very important. The marker doesn't do justice. I think it's very important when we designate, structures or sites as historic. We provide some kind of, storytelling. I'm not talking about anything significant that to be costly, but maybe just some signage or interpretive signs that we just provide that why this is designated and what is the value, because it's going to change the way public would think about it. I say, oh, okay, it's another one, but if they know the story behind it, I think it's very important in regard to PR.
Yeah, I was going to wait until you did all of them, but I have the same comment that you guys have done such great work, and the stories were amazing and touching, and I don't want it lost. And so if there's a way to, if you see at some parks, they'll have maybe a picture and then say a little bit, but then maybe there's a QR code that leads you to the big story, right? And that's, I think, there are a lot of people are very curious and they want to know what's the whole story. And I think this is amazing. As an African American, I was just as I read through your package, and about this story, it's just like, oh boy, it just brings back old stuff that but I'm happy we have moved forward mostly, but it's always good. Everyone needs to know their story, and so I think that's what I think Mitra is talking about, and I think your great work, it needs to be somewhere where people can, like through QR code, pull it all up and just read it.
If I can just jump in quickly, Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director, I was actually going to make the exact same suggestion, which is you can definitely have some signage, but then a QR code that'll take you to a website that can tell a fuller story. And Rebecca, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Parks may have done something like that at a site where they had a sign, but there was a QR code that led you to additional resources. But that's definitely something that we can look at. And people are very used to doing that, going to QR code, using a QR code to get more information. So I think it's a great idea.
And while we are at it, I have witnessed a lot of younger people. They, we have all seen that it's a lot of misunderstanding and misconception of the history. I think when we do this signage, we have to do it in a way to attract younger generation. We need to educate them. So I understand we put QR and everything else, but it has to be some kind of teaser to attract the youngster, that to learn their history and understand and get educated about, what is, with the way that we deal with all the daily issues, because history comes into everything eventually. So somehow we have to get people attracted to learn the history and just not look at the, just the view of the building. Oh, okay.
No, I agree with you. It's the QR code was an and, not an or.
Yeah.
Okay, so I agree with you.
I think it's a great idea.
I had two quick questions along the similar lines. Who handles the naming of certain things like that, changing like the name? Because I really enjoy like the reading of the story of like Lee Jordan or something like that. So we have a whole thing. There's smiles going on. Are we going to that?
Well, the naming of MNC PPC park facilities is the purview of the parks director, I believe, when they renamed the trail, and then I'll turn it over to our acting director.
Sure. There were some smiles because Rebecca and I both, along with other staff, historic preservation staff in our department in Montgomery Parks, worked on a renaming effort a couple of years ago that was called for by the county council that directed the county executive and the chair of the board to look at renaming public facilities, parks, and publicly owned streets that were named after, to identify any that were named after Confederates and anyone who did not represent the county's values.
Yeah.
And so our department and parks worked together to do some historic research. And mind you, this was actually 3 years ago, because this was in the summer of 2020, in the middle of the pandemic, when most of us were working remotely. But Rebecca and her team and Parks Historic Preservation staff did a lot of research and were able to develop a database of names of nationally known and local Confederates, slaveholders in Montgomery County, I think, and also out of that research, we identified the names of 3,000 African Americans who were held in bondage during slavery. Taking that resource, the Parks Department identified one park trail that was named after a nationally known Confederate, and then there were 3 streets owned by the county that we identified that had full name matches to nationally known Confederates. The sort of top line of that is that the commission, MNC PPC, has street naming authority in the majority of Montgomery County, as well as is ultimately responsible for the name of parks facilities.
Okay.
And so there are manuals, there's actual manuals and policies that have been adopted by the planning board.
Yeah.
that directs that. So with regards to a parks facility, the parks director, that authority is delegated to the parks director. For streets in Montgomery County, that authority is delegated to the planning department through the planning director. But ultimately, the board has that authority to, with that authority delegated to those respective directors. That's where the decision-making with regards to assets, either parks facilities or streets in Montgomery County.
And then for this asset, this is a city-owned.
That's what
Yeah.
I was
Tacoma-
wondering.
That's
is
the
if-
city of
is
Tacoma
This
Park.
is Tacoma, the city.
This is
And so
Tacoma
we're
Park.
not on, because the community center is just the Hefner
I
Park
was going
Community
to say
Center.
that. If
Yeah.
we
That's
don't
what I was
own it, we
clarifying.
can't do it.
Yeah,
Yes.
there's overlapping. I'm always kind of curious as to exactly where we can come in. But I was curious about that because the Lee Jordan story was interesting, and I thought it
Yes.
was good there.
So you got some additional information, not specifically relevant to this particular site, but it's still helpful for the board
General
to be
everything,
aware
yeah.
of.
I just thought, thank you. And the only other thing that I wanted to ask about that was for the facility itself. Does the historic designation or putting it on the list have any impact on the ability to sort of expand, rehabilitate, update, because it's still in use and still being, and it was, I think it was mentioned in here, and you mentioned it in your presentation that they'd recently enclosed the porch and that kind of thing. So I just wanted to ensure that there's still, practical ability to adjust the building and adjust the facilities to the needs that it's currently being put to.
Absolutely. The historic designation, the HPC's business is about managing change. That's what we do with the historic area work permit applications that come twice a month. They're all about changing properties. So, rehabilitation work, fixing anything that's there, you don't need a permit for that, in-kind work. If they wanted to construct an addition, change the facility, anything like that, they do have to file a historic area work permit, which there's no fees associated with our HOPs. The city is used to that process. But for a practical matter, this is also being designated because of its association with community history.
Yeah.
This is not being designated because it is an example of high style or unique architecture. So then in terms of the criteria that the HPC would use to look at additions to the building, it's not the same thing about, there's not
not
the
the-
same stylistic constraints or other
Yeah.
types of architectural constraints. So,
That-
yes.
Yeah, so, if it was a Frank Lloyd Wright, that's a different situation than a community center that, was built on the cheap in the first
Exactly.
place. Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you. So, moving on to Crestview. So Crestview is a two-story craftsman-style bungalow constructed in 1909. The home reflects the local growth of the Seventh-day Adventist Church and is strongly associated with Doctors Daniel and Loretta Kress, prominent Adventist medical missionaries and physicians who acquired the property in 1918. The Kress house is located on an irregularly shaped 0.73-acre lot northeast of the historic Carroll Avenue Bridge. The proposed environmental setting is the entire parcel, which includes the primary dwelling, a former garage, stone retaining wall, and terraced gardens. The property slopes steeply to Sligo Creek on the south and west. To the north, the property faces the former Washington Adventist Hospital site and the Washington Adventist University campus. Crestview is a masonry building sitting on concrete piers and a raised basement. A now enclosed wraparound porch spans the entire front and west elevations. In 2019, the property owners made significant alterations to the rear of the house, including the construction of a one-story enclosed porch on the eastern half of the building and the expansion of the existing dormer to create a fully exposed second floor. The front yard slopes down significantly towards Carroll Avenue, where a crenellated stone retaining wall, over 8 feet in height, separates the yard from the public sidewalk. The home's rear yard consists of a series of terraces supported by concrete retaining walls and dry-laid masonry walls. A mid-20th century detached three-car garage is located near the northeast corner of the property line along Palmer Lane. Seventh-day Adventist Church leaders relocated the church headquarters from Battle Creek, Michigan to Tacoma Park, Tacoma, DC at the beginning of the 20th century. Tacoma Park was an ideal location near the nation's capital, a beautiful natural environment which aligned with their deeply held belief in healthy living, and plenty of space to establish a healthcare facility and a missionary training school. These institutions, the Washington Missionary College, established in 1904, and the Washington Sanitarium, established in 1907, formed the core of the new Adventist hub in Tacoma Park and sparked a massive in-migration Adventist sources estimate that upwards of 2,000 church members moved to Tacoma Park in the early part of the 20th century. Church leaders purchased and subdivided land in Tacoma Park to facilitate the growth of the local Adventist community. Arthur Daniels and Edwin Palmer subdivided the lot on which Crestview was built. It was an attractive location for members of the church community due to its proximity to the new sanitarium and college, and the block attracted prominent Adventists to buy and rent homes in the first third of the 20th century. In May 1909, Palmer sold Lot 15 to George and Nettie Irwin, who built the house that stands today. The Irwins were prominent figures, and George Irwin was given significant responsibility for the establishment of the Washington Sanitarium, including participating in recruiting the leaders of the new institution. He strongly recommended bringing medical missionaries Daniel and Loretta Kress back from their service in Australia to take charge of the Washington Sanitarium. Doctors Daniel Hartman and Loretta Ebby Kress were physicians who promoted faith-based healthcare around the world by serving as Adventist medical missionaries in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. They were integral to the founding and operation of the Adventist sanitariums in England, Australia, and the United States. Medical missionary work was fundamental to the Seventh-day Adventists' evangelical outreach and allowed Adventists to reach people through healthcare that never would have otherwise. The doctors Kress were seen as experienced sanitarium leaders and medical practitioners, as well as spiritually committed. They arrived in Tacoma Park in 1907 and finished leading the facility to its opening ceremonies by summer of that year. Dr. Daniel Kress was appointed as the superintendent of the sanitarium, and Dr. Loretta Kress as a physician and as the sanitarium's first surgeon. Dr. Loretta Kress was licensed to practice medicine in Montgomery County in 1908. Making her the second woman to be so licensed in the county. She specialized in obstetrics and was a prolific deliverer of babies. Most sources credit her with delivering between 4,000 and 5,000 babies in her career, including some delivered at her home, Crestview. In addition to her hands-on role in delivery, she led an expansion and professionalization of the Washington Sanitarium's obstetrics program. She simultaneously served as the sanitarium's chief surgeon and oversaw a new dedicated maternity department that opened in an annex building in 1913. In 1918, a new hospital building opened adjacent to the sanitarium. You can see it at the left. This is the best picture that we could find. It provided modern spaces for emergency care, obstetrics, and a surgery ward called Kress Ward in her honor. By 1922, the Kress Maternity and Children's Hospital moved to a separate building on Flower Avenue across from the campus with a dedicated staff of doctors and nurses. The new center met an increasing demand for professional maternity and pediatric care as the medical profession urged a transition away from home births. This is one of my favorite pictures. It's just fantastic. In 1934, the Kresses hosted a party at their house in celebration of their 50th anniversary. So you can see there it says Golden Wedding on the caption, and invited everyone that Dr. Kress had delivered as babies. Out of the 3,753 babies invited to the party, 602 attended, ranging from 1 day old to 39 years old. And all of them were captured in this massive photograph. This is everybody on the hill behind the house, lined up there, and they took this huge group photograph of everyone. It's really fantastic. So in addition to Dr. Daniel Kress's leadership role at the Washington Sanitarium, he was a noted public health expert and pioneering anti-smoking advocate. He lectured about the topic to audiences around the country, and in 1931 wrote and published The Cigarette as a Physician Sees It. The pamphlet specifically targeted young people and included endorsements from celebrity non-smokers, including Walter Johnson, a pitcher for the Washington Senators' Major League Baseball team. The Kress home at 7625 Carroll Avenue was a hub that allowed them to meet their professional needs and serve a prominent role within the community. An undated photo of the house from the Kress's autobiography shows the wraparound porch before it was enclosed, as well as a small outbuilding that no longer exists. After moving into the home, the Kresses made many repairs over a period of a few years as funds became available. These likely included the enclosure of the front porch and other renovations. The Doctors Kress lived in the home until their retirement to Florida in 1939. So staff found and the HPC concurred that Crestview meets 2 designation criteria as listed in section 24A3 of the county code, and that the site retains historic integrity to express its period of significance. I'll pause here if there are any questions.
How many characters do they have to meet? Is it just meet one character?
Just one,
Okay.
just one. And we found it met 2.
I also have a question. Do the individual property owners request the historic designation, or is it something that is suggested by non-owners?
It depends. It depends. As part of our work program, property owners do regularly request their site to be considered for historic designation, or other plans recommend it. So we do have as a small part of the HP work program, we'll take forward individual amendments to the historic preservation master plan as the work program allows. For this one specifically, we look at the geographic area given within the master plan amendment, whether it's, for Tacoma Park or for Forest Glen or for other areas, and we look comprehensively at all the properties within that plan area. Staff brings forward recommendations. Sometimes as part of that, as well as property owners become aware that, hey, a master plan is happening in my neighborhood, they also reach out to see if their property could be considered for designation. Okay, thank you. Moving on. This is our third and final site. The Sligo Seventh-day Adventist Church is a 3-story, wedge-shaped, streamlined modern building of steel and frame construction built between 1942 and 1944, with a 2-story addition constructed in 1985. In addition to its excellent and singular representation of the streamlined modern style, the church is significant as the home of a progressive congregation within the global Seventh-day Adventist Church. The Sligo Church is located on a 1.23-acre lot bound by Flower Avenue to the west, Carroll Avenue to the south, Greenwood Avenue to the east, and the Washington Adventist University property to the north. The large wedge-shaped church occupies a significant portion of the site and sits at an angle facing southwest towards the intersection of Carroll and Flower Avenues. The proposed environmental setting is the entire parcel. The next 2 slides will orient you to the building before we discuss it in more detail. The building today is made up of the original 1944 section highlighted in red and a 1985 addition highlighted in blue, which encapsulated the east facade of the original building. The building faces southwest. Elevations described in the report and presentation are as shown here. The south elevation includes both the front of the original church and part of the 1985 addition. The south, or front elevation, features a symmetrically arranged facade consisting of 2 vestibules flanking a central portico with segmented arcade openings. The projecting vestibules are each composed of joined 2- and 1-story rectangular bays that cascade out from the face of the building and feature a recessed arched entry capped with cast stone segmental arches containing molded grape and vine motifs. 7 light steel frame vertical ribbon windows flank each entry bay. The west elevation largely reflects the church's original design. Towards the front of the building, the ribbon windows again are located within the recessed bays. The north or rear elevation of the church features a 2-story steel multi-pane chancel window placed above a 1-story rear bay. The large chancel window was added during a 2004 renovation campaign to provide more natural light into the sanctuary and replace a smaller existing window. The 1985 addition is visible on the east side. And these are just some more pictures as we move around the building. So here you can see a little bit more of how the church interacts with the street and with the portion of the property in between the right-of-way and the front of the building. So a paved concrete walkway extends from the public sidewalk along Flower and Carroll Avenues and provides access to a curved concrete plaza and stairs that ascend to the main entrance. The building is raised above street level, lending it a sense of prominence in the landscape despite its relatively low height and horizontal layout. The projecting bays and landscape design cascade towards the street and welcome worshipers. This is a little bit about the evolution of the church, because this is their first purpose-built church, but it's not constructed until 1944. And as we've already talked about, the Adventists were here in Tacoma Park in great numbers for many decades. So we're going to talk a little bit about their worship spaces on the campus that then brought them to this site. So in October of 1907, 54 employees and students of the sanitarium and college organized the Cemetery and Sanitarium Church. In 1908, the church began meeting in the second-floor chapel of College Hall, shown on the left. It's today's Science Building on the seminary campus. In 1914, the church adopted a simpler name, Sligo Church. As the congregation grew, it helped the Washington Missionary College build a new academic building, which included a large chapel. Columbia Hall opened in 1909 near the northwest corner of Carroll and Flower Avenues and housed the Sligo Church until 1944. That's the building shown here on the right, but Columbia Hall was destroyed by fire in 1970. By the early 1940s, Sligo Church began to plan for a standalone church building. The large congregation had nearly 1,300 members, with an additional 700 college students who attended as space permitted. They announced plans to build a new house of worship, and the proposed church would seat 1,500 people. The church purchased the lot at the northeast corner of Carroll and Flower Avenues from the college, which had acquired it in 1933. The existing house was relocated to Greenwood Avenue and later reused as a church office. The church hired J. Raymond Mims as project architect and Herbert Hubbard as the builder. Mims was a regional architect who worked extensively in Virginia, who designed some very notable other streamlined modern projects, specifically one in Arlington County, the Owls Motor Building, that was individually listed to the National Register. Hubbard also worked on a number of Adventist buildings throughout his career. The project broke ground in 1942, and it immediately, like right off the block, faced labor and material shortages due to World War II. Hubbard was somehow able to acquire the massive amount of material needed, including the steel for the frame seen here, and 28 carloads of Indiana limestone for the exterior. Mims' design met the needs of this large and growing congregation. His choice of a streamlined modern style allowed for a plan that drew on auditorium style and balcony seating rather than a more traditional cruciform or rectangular shape. 4 wide banks of pews slope downward to face the chancel at the northeast end of the building. A balcony provides approximately 10 rows of additional seating above the main floor. Historically, the Adventists have built a limited number of megachurches, defined as those seating over 2,000 worshipers around the country in places where Adventist institutions are concentrated, including Tacoma Park. The Sligo Church predated a national pattern of megachurch building that emerged among evangelical faiths in the late 20th century. So on the exterior, the church clearly embodies the defining characteristics of the streamlined modern style. The design features smooth surfaces, curved corners, and an emphasis on horizontality. The church's exterior is predominantly composed of smooth panels of Indiana limestone with limited ornamentation, and embellishment is found only in low-relief decorative stonework at window and door openings. The symmetrical wedge-shaped plan captures the style's aerodynamic aesthetic, while the projecting rectangular bays on the church's facade reflect its common use of joined rectangular and curved blocks to add visual interest and dimension to the typically blocky buildings. The church's shallow roof reinforces the horizontality of the overall form. So streamlined modern, very briefly, was part of a nationwide design movement that emerged in the late 1930s and early 1940s, like right after Deco. Things start, streamline, it's in its name. These buildings are kind of zoomy, like the corners round out. Even the signage that's used can have a really horizontal look to it. So the restrained materials and ornamentation were also sensitive to widely reduced economic circumstances following the Great Depression, but the sleek lines provided a sense of stability and control in this period of upheaval. The style also reflects an age in which advancing technology was accelerating most aspects of life. The style had a brief period of popularity and in our region is seen primarily in commercial and residential architecture. So on the left, we have a picture of the Hecht's building in downtown Silver Spring. It's still there. Before the second floor was added to the top. This is a picture on the left from 1947. And on the right is an example of a streamlined modern house in Arlington County, also from this same period. Its use in a church building is really unique and singular for Montgomery County as far as we can tell. and it's a beautifully rendered architectural statement. So the Sligo Church's use of the streamlined modern style departed from established traditions for church architecture in America and in Montgomery County. So early 20th century American churches were primarily built in revival styles. These trends persisted until the Great Depression, when new construction almost entirely stopped. American architects began to consider non-traditional styles that were more economical to build, but Americans were still resistant to modernist architecture for religious uses. So here we have on the left, this church that we're talking about, and then on the right is the Tacoma Park Seventh-day Adventist Church that was built almost a decade later, but is in this high Gothic revival style. So it looks older, but it's not, it's newer. And this church here on the right is listed as an outstanding resource in the existing Tacoma Park Master Plan Historic District. So the building is also a successful example of ecclesiastical architecture that is clearly legible as a house of worship. Mims's design brings many elements of traditional religious architecture into a modern form. Again, the Indiana limestone exterior and horizontal lines convey permanence and groundedness, corresponding to the sincerity of the church's religious practice, while the building's curved lines, harmonious colors and shape, and visual symmetry lend a sense of gracefulness. And these are just details moving around the exterior. So in addition to the architectural singularity of the building, the congregation itself is also significant in Montgomery County. And when talking about the global Adventist faith, the Sligo Church holds significance as the site of pioneering advances towards racial integration and gender equity, and within the Adventist faith. Through the late 1950s, the Sligo Church practiced racial segregation in keeping with the norms of their denomination. African Americans were not allowed as members and could not be baptized or attend services. Black Adventists worshiped in separate places, even as the civil rights movement broadly mounted pressure for racial integration in American society. William Lovelace Jr. was appointed as an associate pastor at Sligo Church in 1957 and named lead pastor of the 2,400-member congregation on June 1961. He held the position until 1970. Adventist records hold that Lovelace challenged the Sligo Church's discriminatory policy as soon as he arrived and pressed the church council to continue to consider the matter despite his elders' counsel not to. After considerable debate on the issue, the Sligo Church Board reversed their policy barring African American members in 1962. This preceded the Greater Seventh-day Adventist General Conference's move to begin a gradual desegregation of the denomination in 1965. African Americans joined the Sligo Church and took on leadership positions even as the larger Seventh-day Adventist faith worked to desegregate. The Sligo Church played a prominent role in the advancement of women ministers within the worldwide Seventh-day Adventist Church. Adventists have debated the ordination of women since the 19th century, and the issue was increasingly discussed and supported by North American Adventists in the 1970s and 80s. In 1973, the Sligo Church made two historic appointments. Kit Watts became Sligo's first female pastor when she was appointed as Minister of Publications. Shortly thereafter, Josephine Benton was appointed as associate pastor, which did not require her to be ordained, but still made her the first woman to hold the title of associate pastor in the North American Adventist Church. Divisions within the Adventist denomination over women's ordination culminated in a proposal made by North American Adventists at the July 1995 General Conference, a global meeting of the church, to support the ordination of pastors, quote, without regard to gender. In a bitter setback, this proposal was defeated by the world governing body on July 5, 1995. Members of the Sligo Church reacted swiftly, calling a special church business session to recognize the demoralizing impact of the General Conference's decision and the, quote, absolute necessity of a grassroots initiative on the matter of justice for women. Less than a month after the vote, Sligo resolved to move forward with women's ordination with or without the support of their governing bodies. On September 1995, more than 1,100 people gathered at the Sligo Church to witness the Adventist Church's first ordination of women to gospel ministry. Penny Schell, Norma Osborne, and Kendra Halaviak were ordained and granted ministerial credentials. The event generated significant attention even outside of the Adventist faith. The service began a tradition at Sligo of ordination of women ministers, despite the global church's lack of recognition. To date, over a dozen women have been ordained at the church, earning the congregation a reputation as a trailblazer. So staff found and the HPC concurred that the site meets 3 designation criteria as listed in 24A3 of the county code, and that the site retains historic integrity to express its period of significance. I'll pause here again, in case there are any questions. Okay. Excuse me. Oh, yes.
Really, this is all for my own curiosity. Do you have any idea how he secured the steel for that building?
Oh,
Like any details on that? Any more that? I just know my neighborhood has cardboard pipes under the ground because they couldn't get metal in the 50s after the Second World War. Like, I'm very curious how they managed to do that. I'm just really curious about that.
so our team was not able to find this documented. People say that one of the strategies was that it was presented to the War Department as a venue where movies could be shown. You know, movies and theaters were very important for the war movement, you know,
Reels and
morale at
stuff, yeah.
home, war bonds, things like that. And because it was being built in an auditorium format, this could be another venue for that. Again, I haven't seen that documented.
And that was mostly, like the use of steel and stuff like that was the federal government was managing a lot of that with the thing. And there's no records through any of the War Department stuff or anything like that either of the time.
Nothing that we could find
find.
certainly in time for this. But you're absolutely right, and you see from buildings in this period, like steel windows even in residential construction, stop.
Yeah.
It moves to aluminum and other types of metals, and that's one way you can date buildings too with the
About
steel
what it is.
shortages.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Sorry, personal curiosity. I was just really struck by that one. Thank you.
So additional historic preservation recommendations that apply area-wide for this plan. This was included in your staff packet, and this was also an HPC recommendation. So there is a community history narrative, and most master plans, in fact, not all of the master plans, have an overarching community history narrative as included. That was not included in the public hearing draft for time for publication. The timing of the HPC hearings and other hearings didn't allow for that information to get in, but the HPC and the team recommend that the planning board do adopt the community history narrative in the final planning board draft plan. The 2-page text of that was included as an attachment for your staff report today. We also have recommendations that the plan also recommends continuing to study Tacoma Park's historic African-American neighborhoods for potential future listing, either in the master plan and/or in the National Register of Historic Places. We recommend that the plan promote further study of potentially significant themes and resources within the plan area, including mid-century housing developments along Maple Avenue, the history of the development of small-scale multifamily housing, the history of local LGBTQ pioneers and advocates, and then the history of any social activism and development of the community's political identity. Tacoma Park is a very unique community here in Montgomery County, and they have a history and background that is worth even further exploration, we believe. We also recommend partnering with local stakeholders to add public interpretation of other underrepresented histories in places where buildings and landscapes have been lost. We suggest some particular areas of focus. There could well be others. And we also recommend continuing to provide technical assistance to the city in any future efforts by the city to determine the origins of local street names. Similarly, we have a recommendation to continue promoting the Mapping Segregation Project with continued education, research, and interpretation around the history of discriminatory housing practices and its impacts on Tacoma Park. And this is my final slide that is a summary of the specific recommendations, again, having to do with the Locational Atlas and Index of Historic Sites and the Historic Preservation Master Plan. So ultimately, we are requesting and recommending that the planning board list the 3 subject properties discussed today in the Locational Atlas and Index of Historic Sites. If you so choose, you can make that recommendation as part of your overall adoption of your own draft plan, of your planning board draft. And we also recommend that the planning board recommend to the county council that the 3 subject properties be designated as historic sites in the master plan for historic preservation. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any further questions. Thank you.
First of all, you gave excellent presentations. We're really fortunate to have you here. The historical analysis, the interpretation and application against the principles and elements for historic preservation were well met by you in your presentation. And I really appreciate the information that you share and how you share it. That increases our understanding. I'd like to add that historic preservation is important for all community members and the residents who help establish the communities and made them livable in the past, and preserving that history continues to shape and provide a foundation and basis for where we're moving in the future. And so I appreciate the work that you've done, and I also appreciate the Historic Preservation Committee and the hard work and challenges that they face in designating sites and fighting to have them designated so that we can preserve our great American history. So thank you for your work.
Great presentation. Well said, Commissioner. I would recommend that we approve this, but I'd like to hear others first. But in addition, I would, if there's a way that we can talk about how do we memorialize this, by markers and by, telling the story, having, as Commissioner Pettum said, some mini story there to engage, and then the QR code to tell the bigger story. I would recommend that that also be included so that it's not lost. And so if we need to raise money for that, somehow we can make sure that that's done. So thank you so much. And thank you to the commission too. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job.
Do we need a motion?
Do we need I was going to ask. Oh, yeah, good. I was going to ask if we need the motion or if we're still in the sense of the board kind of situation.
I think the recommendation is that there are no text changes to the plan. And so I think you could just include, as Ms. Ballo said, I think you could just include this in your final vote.
Yeah,
in December.
I support listing those properties and then recommending that they go onto the historic. Recommending it goes to the council for the historic. I'm good with. I think that's good.
Okay.
And
So I think
second.
the only, I'm sorry.
And we'll vote on this in the final draft. Okay.
So the record does capture that the board also supports including the community history
And including the
narrative.
That was very
text.
good, by the way, and very helpful. Thank you. I enjoyed reading that.
If nothing else, are we done? Okay, we're done with the work session, and thank you so much. And we'll take a 5-minute break and start with the next item 7, which is the Loman Plaza sketch plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning and welcome back. We're on item number 7, the Loman Plaza Sketch Plan number 320230050, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Staff member Tamika Graham will present this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Planning Board members. Again, for the record, my name is Tamika Graham, and I'm with the Mid-County Planning Division. I'm also here with others from our regulatory team that also reviewed this Loman's Plaza sketch plan that is before you today. Along with the applicant, we're really pleased to bring forward this particular project. It's an infill development project that we think exemplifies one of the county's priorities for transforming large swaths of outdated surface parking into thriving and livable communities. And for that reason, along with the plan meeting all of the necessary findings, staff is recommending approval of the sketch plan with the conditions as enumerated in the staff report and modified herein. So just getting you oriented to the site vicinity, the property is located on the south side of Randolph Road at the intersection of Park Lawn Drive that is located to the west and Putnam Road to the east. As you can see here, the site is surrounded by existing residential uses. We have condos and apartment units to the north and south, and to the east of the site is the North Quarter townhouse community that was recently constructed in the past few years. And then there's also some commercial and industrial uses that are farther to the west of the site that abut the CSX rail line. The site is zoned commercial residential, and it has a maximum height of 75 feet, and it is located within the Randolph Hills district of the 2018 White Flint II sector plan. The site is also approximately a mile from the White Flint Metro Rail Station, and it also is well served by various bus routes that stop along the Randolph Road frontage of the property. So more specifically, the site is located at 5200 Randolph Road. The property currently consists of one recorded lot that has a site area of 9.74 acres. The property's current use is an existing strip commercial shopping center. It does have a standalone pad site, as you can see here, that's located closer to Randolph Road. There is a ton of surface parking, as I mentioned, and then there's also a drive-through ATM on the western elevation. So in terms of previous approvals, in the mid-1990s, the property did receive site plan approval under the previous C4 zoning district for approximately 119,000 square feet of retail space with a supermarket. That development was constructed. It's what currently exists on the property. Over the years, the plaza has experienced some vacancies, including the loss of that supermarket. The project has a natural resource inventory forest stand delineation that was approved by staff in June of this year, and that NRI established that the property has no forest cover or environmentally sensitive areas. So moving into the proposal, the applicant is requesting approval to incrementally redevelop the property with up to 710 square feet of residential use and up to 40,000 square feet of commercial use. So currently, they're anticipating the breakdown of, or anticipating up to 680 residential units, and the breakdown is 107 townhouse units with 2-car parking garage spaces with guest parking, 36 low-rise multifamily units, and 537 multifamily units in a high-rise building that ranges between 6 and 7 stories. Mixed-use building that will have commercial. And the sketch plan is also proposing to meet the 15% requirement for moderately priced dwelling units. So getting into the phasing, the applicant envisions this redevelopment to occur over 3 phases, and they could be combined or happen in any order, not necessarily the order that's seen today. But this graphic illustrates the proposed Phase 1 that's highlighted in this blue color. It's located to the east and also a small portion of the center of the site. So construction of the new structures is anticipated from the east because this is where the shopping center is currently experiencing some vacancies. The applicant is proposing some townhouses here where the mouse is, and then the low-rise multifamily units are proposed closer to Randolph Road. And the applicant is seeking a new tenant to occupy some of the existing retail space that would be potentially a new grocery store tenant. In Phase 1, a portion of this existing alley that runs behind the shopping center would be incrementally converted into a public road. So Macon Road currently exists to the west of the property. In Phase 1, the applicant envisions extending Macon Road along the townhouses to the west. Excuse me, to the east. So in this graphic, we still show Phase 1 outlined in red, but this brings in Phase 2, which is located to the west, also outlined in red. And so what you see here are new townhouses to the west, fronting Park Lawn Drive. The applicant is also proposing a new retail pad site that's situated for visibility from Randolph Road. They're also proposing a master planned park within this phase, and then Macon Road would be extended as well incrementally. But in Phase 2, the portion behind the existing shopping center would still remain as a space for loading area and back of house functions. So then moving into Phase 3, which is located in the center of the site, outlined in red on the screen. This entails the removal of the 2 pad sites. The area for the pad site, the second pad site, would be removed and converted to additional open space, and the shopping center would be converted into the multifamily high-rise building with structured parking. And there will also be the commercial that lines Randolph Road. The plan also proposes a portion of a shared street along Longstone Way with a garden court. This area is between a private road west and Lauderdale Drive. And there will be 2 pedestrian bridges over this shared street. At the time of site plan, we'll get into more of the details with materials and paving and gateway features, but the applicant is proposing a number of ground floor activities to help activate this area. And in the final phase of Macon Road being converted, the final phase will be converted to a public road, and Macon Road would officially extend from Putnam Road all the way through Park Lawn Drive. I also want to note that in the final phase, all the existing surface parking will be removed between the front building line and Randolph Road, which is a requirement of the CR zone. So getting into access and circulation, currently the property has 3 existing access points. One is signalized at Randolph Road and the intersection of Lauderdale Drive, and then the other 2 are from Putnam Road and Park Lawn Drive. And so the applicant, as you can see here, is proposing a number of new internal public and private streets. Everything in red would be public, and everything in purple would be private. And then there's a system of alleyways that are highlighted in yellow that would provide access to the rear-loaded townhouses. And some of the surrounding roads, for example, Lauderdale Drive currently terminates here. Macon Road currently terminates here. They would all be extended into the site. The plan also includes some on-street parking, and as I mentioned, structured parking will be a part of the mixed-use building. The plan also considers inter-parcel connectivity, so the future southward road connections from proposed Macon Road were not precluded in this application review, so there's still some opportunities in the future for these roads to continue south. And looking ahead to the next step in the approval process, the project may require local area transportation review, but it really depends on what the applicant will include in that next submission. So that's something that we will consider at the time of preliminary plan. So what we have here is a road realignment concept. The applicant put this together as a way to depict one of the key recommendations within the sector plan. The sector plan contemplates a possible western connection of Longstone Way to Park Lawn Drive if the intersection of Randolph Road is, if it's realigned. So it would transform what we currently have as a sweeping intersection into a four-way urban street grid that would create a more walkable, more walkable blocks and improve pedestrian safety. But I want to underscore that this improvement is not required of the applicant. This road alignment has not been studied. There's no CIP line item for it. But we are coordinating closely with MCDOT regarding their future plans. And the applicant would be required to coordinate with MCDOT when they come back in for the next application.
One quick question on that. And I apologize if this was already in the staff report, but does MCDOT own currently that little triangle between Randolph and Park Lawn?
It is within the public right-of-way, yes.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks.
When you went into DRC, they said nothing about any potential, realignment in the future. I mean, and any, like, this is maybe 10 years from now, 20, or they're just silent on this at this point.
Oh.
Good morning. For the record, Matt Folden, Regulatory Supervisor with Mid-County. At this time, there haven't been any traffic studies done at this intersection, and so it's unknown at this time whether the intersection would function within acceptable limits if that were to be realigned, because that sweeping curve takes a lot of the traffic volume off of that main intersection. And we're just not at a point right now where we can say definitively that it could occur. There's also, if this were to move forward, we would need a right-of-way abandonment that would go through the county council. It would also go through the planning board as an advisory review. So there's a lot of process that would need to occur before anything concrete happens at that location.
So the idea is that if that happens, that upland park could be added to the other park, and it's going to be an amazing park in there. And because it removes the Park Lawn Drive between these two pieces of land, because the land on the left side is now completely wasted. And if there is concerns for the intersection of the Park Lawn Drive and Randolph Road, they still can have a right turn, but they don't need to have it such a big, they could just make it like as a stop and go or something. So this is something that I would really work with the applicant and also DOT. It helps the community.
Yeah. Since we're talking about it now, that sweeping intersection, but does back up everything going south on Park Lawn. I live over near there and do that a lot. That intersection is terrible. The whole setup is awful. Like, whatever we can do to push DOT to bump that, if we're going to have something here, it's wasted space, and it's an awful intersection.
Actually, DOT is virtually here.
Carrie Sanders, for the record. We appreciate the feedback, and it actually would be helpful if the planning board would like to provide perhaps a letter to MCDOT to emphasize these points, because they won't be decided in this review, given that it's sketch plan, but they will be instrumental in the next phase of the preliminary plan and/or site plan. So appreciate if that might be of interest to the board.
I would support definitely
I
putting a
would
letter.
support it 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I would like to reiterate the comments of Commissioner Hedrick. If there was a Vision Zero intersection that needs to be reconsidered and redeveloped, replanned, it would be this intersection, especially going north on Park Line to Randolph and making a decision which direction you need to go, and
Going
then
north
also
and then
coming
slightly east
west
and
on
slightly
Randolph,
northwest.
making a decision where you need to go. This needs to be heavily considered. It might be advantageous for all the interested parties to have a say in redeveloping this portion of the land, especially in considering Vision Zero.
Thank you for those comments. We can certainly follow up with the letter. And I know Tamika has a number of slides remaining, so I'll turn it to her. But we appreciate that feedback, and we will certainly follow up.
Thank you. So shifting into the pedestrian and bicycle improvements, the existing surrounding roads do have some bike ped infrastructure, but through the project, they will be enhanced. There will also be significant plantings to improve the public realm and really to create a more welcoming pedestrian environment. So you can see here in green, there's a two-way separated bikeway that's proposed along Randolph Road. It would be 8 feet wide with a 6-foot wide landscape buffer, so an improvement from current conditions. This will be developed in phases, with the first phase to be completed between Putnam Road and just west of Lauderdale Road. And then there will also be a 5-foot wide landscape buffer that separates the bikeway from a 10-foot wide side path. And these are consistent with the bicycle master plan. And then there's also an 8-foot wide side path with a 5-foot wide landscape buffer that's proposed along Park Lawn Drive, and this is anticipated in Phase 2 with the townhouses to the west. And then another pedestrian improvement includes increasing the sidewalk and landscape buffering along Putnam Road along the edge of the property. So getting into open space, which we just sort of touched on with the road realignment. But this annotated graphic illustrates the locations of proposed open space on the overall site, which includes a linear park, a muse, and a larger urban park. So 10% public open space is required for the multifamily units, which is highlighted in green, and 10% common open space is required for the townhouses, which is highlighted in that red burgundy color. And then in addition to the requirements of the zoning ordinance, the sector plan specifically recommends a 0.75 acre neighborhood green urban park on this site, which the applicant is seeking to implement in their proposal. I want to also note that the urban park will remain in private ownership, and the applicant will provide public access. So by the numbers, the current configuration of the proposed urban park is approximately 0.73 acres. But you can see here that abutting the southern portion of the urban park is this common open space area that may be provided as an easement for the future roadway connection, as you saw in the previous graphic. But what's happening here is that the applicant is proposing to exceed the minimum 10% requirement for common open space. And so that effectively increases the size of the urban park to meet the 0.75 acreage requirement in the sector plan. The applicant also included some really nice precedent images with park features in the application. They're shown here. The conceptual design of the park includes seating in various zones where different activities can take place. It includes some pedestrian paths and other furniture and some really nice landscaping. The applicant also included sections of the proposed building massing and overall heights provided across the site. You can see here where the proposed park is identified, as well as the proposed shared street along Longstone Way. Per the zoning district, again, the maximum building height is 75 feet. And you can see that the heights will be reduced as the development transitions from the high-rise mixed-use building to the townhomes on each side. When we get into the site plan, it's when we'll really get into the architectural details and getting into compliance with some of the architectural guidance within our urban design guidelines for the White Flint 2 sector plan. So one of the key features of a sketch plan is the proposal of public benefit points. This particular application, given the amount of MPDUs proposed, requires 100 points across 3 categories. You can see here that the applicant is looking at 6 different categories for a preliminary total of 129 points. These categories include a major public facility, which is that 7.75 acre neighborhood green urban park, transit proximity, connectivity and mobility. So they're looking to provide minimum parking. Also the diversity of uses and activities, quality of building and site design, and the protection and enhancement of the natural environment. Overall, staff supports the applicant's proposed public benefit categories and some of the preliminary point calculations that have been put together at this point, but I do want to note that the phasing and the final points will be refined in future applications. I also want to note that the applicant has been conditioned to explore additional improvements within the protection and enhancement of the natural environment category, including tree canopy and energy conservation, and this is primarily to meet the environmental priorities of the sector plan. I mentioned at the outset there's an approved NRI FSD. It did confirm that there are no environmentally sensitive areas on the site. However, an NRI must also include areas within 100 feet of the property, and you can see here in the southwest corner of the site near Putnam Road, there are 3 off-site specimen trees that have an encroaching critical root zone, and then there's a small portion of stream valley buffer. So in future applications, they do need to submit a preliminary and forest conservation plan, and so we will address the requirements of these encroachments at that time. So we do have one condition of approval that we would like to make an adjustment to. It's shown here in the blue underline. This is condition 6Z, and this is under the subsection future coordination for the preliminary and site plan. The condition states address the requirements of the MCDOT letter dated October 6, 2023, and we want to add subject to refinement during the time of preliminary plan. There are some items within the DOT letter that we recognize will need to be evaluated at the appropriate time, which is preliminary plan. And so we just want to capture that we recognize that there could be some changes in those condition language at that time. And so just wrapping up here in terms of analysis and finding, the sketch plan is associated with several binding elements, as you can see here, including maximum density and height, the approximate location of lots and public dedications, the general location of open spaces, vehicular access points, and that preliminary public benefit schedule. Staff finds that the sketch plan does meet all of the required findings for an approval, including meeting the objectives of Chapter 59, substantially conforming with the relevant sector plan for this site, and then also providing public benefit points that support the incentive density that is requested in this application. The applicant did meet or has met all the proper signage, noticing, and submittal requirements. They did hold a pre-submittal public meeting where there were several community members there that asked a number of questions related to the potential grocery store, other retail, impact on public utilities, and the overall timing of the development. Since that time, since the application has been filed, no public correspondence has been received. And with that, again, staff recommends approval with conditions of the sketch plan for Lumens Plaza, with the conditions in the staff report and the changes that were suggested herein. And we're happy to take additional questions.
Okay, before we provide questions, would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Yes, good afternoon,
Yeah.
or good morning, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Bob Harris of Lurch Brewer. Have a gang of folks here with me who are working with us on this. Not all of us are going to speak, but I want to introduce them anyway because they're proud of the project, as am I. On my far right is Michael Majestic with Willard Retail. They operate the shopping center today. Immediately to my right is Andy Brown. You've seen him before. He's with Stanford Properties. He's the initial developer here. Carol Twitmeyer on my left is the architect and planner who's been working with us, and Andrew Bradshaw with JBA is our engineer. We've all contributed. First of all, because Andy has invested a lot of his time and money and he's proud of this, I wanted to give him an opening monologue, and then I want to just add a little color to what Tamika has said because I think it's relevant to your decision.
Thanks, Bob. Good morning. Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Board, I'll keep the monologue very short. You may recognize me. I was here last month presenting 2115 East Jefferson, where we were proposing to tear down a completely vacant office building and replace it with 86 townhome units. This is, my involvement here is primarily in Phase 1 and potentially Phase 2. We are proposing to take down another vacant building, former Safeway and laser tag facility, and replace it with, ironically, another 86-unit townhome community. A couple of differences here. This is intended to be a rental townhome community, which we think is unique, particularly in this portion of Down County. We're not aware of another similar project. We've also crafted these units really from scratch, from the ground up. These are not typical builder templates. For example, the units fronting on Randolph are 4-story back-to-back townhome units, which allow people to control their entire vertical element without people living above them. The units behind the townhome units are shallow, 32-foot depth, so they generally provide more light. There's more width to depth to them. We have 20-foot, 16-foot, and 14-foot units. So we've really gone beyond, I think, we've been working on these for a year to craft these units specifically for this site. So we are proud of that. And I know you all enthusiastically endorsed our Jefferson project, and we hope you feel the same way about this. So thank you.
To add to that, the rental thing, as we jumped into this project, we analyzed housing choices. And traditionally, like when I was growing up or whatever, when you got married or whatever, you rented an apartment, maybe had a child there, and then you saved up your money then and you bought a townhouse, and then eventually, as the family grew, you buy a larger single-family home, and very typical over time. With interest rates and costs of housing having risen so much since then, we've found that there's a demand for another step in that process where theoretically you move from your rental apartment to a rental townhouse that's more comfortable for a young family while you continue to save for your house. So we're really excited about adding another dimension of housing here. And as Tamika said, the units will have 15% MPDUs. So, we're really checking several affordable housing boxes at once there. We're thrilled that it's an infill project with no opposition. Too often, opposition stands in the way of needed housing, but we're not seeing that here. There are financial challenges, though, to all of these things with rapidly growing costs of capital, major increases in construction costs in the last years, and not insignificantly, impact taxes. This project will have to pay about $10 million in impact taxes, a significant sum. But we feel that we can deliver it and are optimistic. We've worked with staff. They've been very cooperative. We've worked a lot of changes into the plan per their recommendations. We do have 3 of the conditions that we want to talk with you briefly about, mostly because, as Tamika has indicated, this is a sketch plan, and we will be back before you with a site plan. And we don't want something that happens today to back us into a corner that would prevent us from achieving the site plan approval. So the first of those is embedded in conditions 3H and 6E, where it refers to the possibility of undergrounding the utilities along Randolph Road. And I know Tamika has just said that they requested a proposed change to the DOT condition, which sort of gives us a little bit of extra comfort. But given that these say to evaluate the undergrounding of utilities, we just want to let you know up front here that we don't see that that's going to be possible. And you folks have been good in other projects like Nobi 1 and East Village project, and even the Chevy Chase Lake project on Connecticut Avenue, where you've said, it just doesn't make sense to underground these utilities. That's the case here. These are major transmission lines that run the length of Randolph Road, and they're very expensive to underground. And so we're letting you know now that we've studied it, and we don't think it's feasible. Ideally, we would take those conditions out, but if the conditions stay in there, we just want you to understand where we're coming from so that we're not in a predicament at site plan. The second one has to do with open space phasing. As Tamika has indicated, we have a 10% open space requirement, which we do meet with this. But given that a big part of the open space is this upland park, per the master plan, that means that the open space amount is not going to be evenly distributed throughout the project. It will exceed 10%. I think it's about 11% overall. So we comply with the code. And the condition 6H right now could be interpreted to mean that each phase has to have 10%, which would be a problem, given that the second phase has more than its requirement. So in effect, the first phase sort of relies on the second phase there.
To a small degree.
To a small degree. I'm sorry, yes, exactly, thank you, yes. The first phase provides nearly 10%, I think. I think it's 76% of what it is required to do. So it's doing a good job there. But we just don't want to be in a pickle later on. We do understand you folks at site plan will be looking at both the details in terms of design and the timing of the open space, and we fully expect that. But again, if we had our way, we'd take out that condition, or at least I want on the record today that that we're telling you it will not be equal 10% by each of the 3 blocks here. And then the third thing, condition 6F, again, staff has incorporated something here based on a recommendation in the master plan about projects providing funding for park or school sites. We recognize that provision is in the master plan, but in this case, we are providing the park, okay? And so I don't believe that the master plan provision for that applies to this project. Here again, staff has said, and if I misstate, correct me, that they're not saying we have to write a check to anybody, but they're saying they're going to be looking at us to look at the amenities in the park to make sure that it's, I'll call it a nice park, if you will, and that we may have some costs there. And we're certainly understanding of that. We just don't believe that there's any legal requirement for us to write a check because we already exceed the public benefit points. We already provide the public park as recommended in the master plan. So with that, we are thrilled to be bringing this project to you and, would ask for your consideration of the comments that we've made. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your presentation. The board have any comments? Okay, please.
I have a comment. This is an exciting development. It will especially complement the new community to the east of it on Randolph Road that was formerly the Montrose Christian School, and I like how you have incorporated passageway from Putnam Avenue into the proposed development that will allow that new community to have access to the new retail development that will go in there. So looks like an exciting project. Thanks.
So I have a question. I have a few questions. The first thing is that in regard to public amenities and MPDUs, when there are 3 phases, each phase, I understand about open space, but for MPDUs, each phase has to have 15%.
Correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so it's going to be divided among everything else. Do you have any idea about the timing of each phase, or you don't know it at this point? Just your best estimate.
Phase 1, we will proceed with our preliminary, assuming we are approved today, we will proceed immediately to prepare preliminary and site plan and move, we will build that as expeditiously as possible, as soon as we can. So we're ready to go on Phase 1. Phase 2, I'll let you address the future phases.
Yeah, Michael Majestic, thank you for the time today. Phase 2 and 3, as you guys can tell, we're working through a complex retail property, and there are existing leases in place, and we're actively looking to pursue a grocer anchor for the middle of that block. So to the extent that we're able to succeed in that, we'll move expeditiously there as well, which would then delay the future phases, certainly Phase 3, the middle block. However, Phase 2 could be developed sort of subsequent to Phase 1, given market conditions.
So the park would be built in Phase 2, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's correct.
And I understand that it's not that you write a check, but hopefully you coordinate with the Parks Department for the features in the park.
Absolutely. We fully expect that. And as an aside, because of the questions you asked earlier about DOT and the abandonment and relocation of Park Lawn, we're totally fine with that. We recommend that they take our $7 million of transportation impact taxes and do that at their earliest convenience, if you would. And then that park would really be sweet.
Yes, and totally understand. We don't want piecemeal parks, or open space. We rather to have a good size park, and as long as, because it shows that it's in Phase 2, so I'm just hoping that we could see the construction of the park no later than Phase 2. To be included in that. And in regard to undergrounding of utilities, I do understand if it is cost prohibitive, but are you impacting the utilities or not at all?
No, we're not impacting utilities. As Tamika explained, the section that is planned along Randolph Road and Park Lawn has all of the facilities in it that you folks call for, the lawn panel, the bike way, the planting strip, and the sidewalk all along there, that there is room to do all of those, and that the utilities are not in the way. The utility poles, and these, as I said earlier, I think, are these very tall, high-tension lines that run along there. Those poles will be in the lawn panel area between the bike lane and the sidewalk, I think, right? Yes. So
there is no relocation of the utilities in there, that we have a cost comparison to see that what we are talking about. Okay.
If I could also just add to this discussion here, I believe Mr. Harris called up our existing condition 3H that talks about the undergrounding of utilities associated with the public benefits. I just wanted to clarify that this particular condition is not necessarily because they're not meeting the 100-point minimum requirement. But I do want to direct your attention to 2 other undergrounding utility conditions that I think that are pertinent. And that's on the following page. That's condition 6E, and then also condition 6P. And so those three conditions go together. And one of the things I just want to also say is that, yes, we did receive their preliminary utility investigation report, but it is preliminary at this time. It's only based on some field observations and maps and things like that, which we know need additional coordination. We have reached out to PEPCO. We've shared that report with them. They're currently looking at it. But I also just want to point the board to Section 50 of the county code, that really the board's decision about the undergrounding of utilities is usually done at the time of preliminary plan, and so it would be premature for us to start removing conditions about the utilities at this time when PEPCO is still evaluating, the relocation of those utilities.
Yeah, I'm not saying to remove it, but I understand their comment. At this stage, they need to know that if it is cost prohibitive, we are not going to include it as part of requirements for preliminary plan. That's important for them to know. So we need just to provide that information for them. I understand if you want to keep it in there, that's fine, but we just have to give them some guidance in regard to their future costs associated with the preliminary plan.
Okay, so, do you have some comments? What?
I just had one comment on the 6H, on the minimum required open space for the staff. What is y'all's opinion on looking at the overall open space as a whole for the site as opposed to phased 1, 2, and 3?
So I believe you're reading each future site plan must provide the minimum required open space. So that's just simply stating what's the requirement of the zoning ordinance. And I think, we're comfortable with that. That's our standard condition. That's why it's in there. At this point, like I said, with the phasing, that could change at any time, or they can come in with combined phasing. And so I think writing it in a broad way captures whatever type of, whatever may come with the next approval, or with the next application, excuse me.
So I have a follow-up question. So I understand the plaza plus the open space equals the 10%? What is, or the plaza is 10% and the common space is 10%? I'm sorry.
So in terms of the percentages, so the applicant has the public open space requirement, which is 10%. They're currently proposing the 14.6%, which on its face exceeds what is required. But we also have to factor in the sector plan recommendation for the neighborhood green urban park, which is the 0.75 acres. So even though they're going to the 14%, it's still not 0.75 acres. And so it's slightly under that requirement. And so they're proposing to go up with a common open space to offset that. And, what they're proposing here, staff supports in terms of that. And we do have some additional language that we could possibly suggest that speaks a little bit more to the interim condition of open space, and maybe that addresses the applicant's concerns.
Yeah, as long as the overall project addresses that sector plan requirement and has the overall, I'm supporting the idea of if it's 9% on one phase and then we get 20 on the next, I think that's perfectly fine. So if we have language that we can put to that effect, that we're okay with potentially phasing it like that, I'm all right with that.
Yeah, and I think Carrie Sanders, for the record, Chief Mid-County Planning, we have some language we can read off to you, but I would emphasize that projects like large in scale like this are phased, and sometimes what happens is, due to unforeseen conditions, certain phases may never move forward. And so what we like to make sure we do is with each phase, we provide that 10%. Now, how we provide that 10%, I think we have some language that we can read off to you for your consideration, but I don't suggest that we dip below that 10% because that sets a precedent for other cases. So with that, I'll ask Matt Folden to read this revised condition for your consideration.
Sure, and before I read this text, just to be clear, as Tamika was just saying, the park has a component that addresses the master plan, and then the open space is by building type. So public open space goes with the apartment building, common open space goes with the townhouse. And what we have in that first phase is about 7.5% common open space. And there was a concern, where do these people go to play in the interim? Because that middle phase could be redeveloped as a grocery store in the interim. It could be many years before that piece comes together with the public open space, which is separate. But it could still be many years before Phase 2 comes in. So we haven't had a chance to discuss this language change with the applicant. This is just something that I sketched out as we were discussing. And so to condition 6H, I would suggest it starts, each future site plan must provide the minimum required open space. The new language would say, which may include interim open space on future development areas within the site. The idea being that those are not permanent. They could be removed in the future, but it would basically allow for that area for the future residents to gather and play.
Mr. Folden, could we see the condition on the screen, please, while you're discussing it? It just makes it a little simpler for everybody to keep track. Thank you.
May I comment briefly while you're looking at that? As I heard it, I have a problem with that because it talks about interim open space, suggesting that when Phase 1 is built, some part of the area in Phases 2 or 3 would be delegated as open space, but that's parking area and building areas now and cannot be open space. In all honesty, the first phase, as Mr. Fulton just indicated, will have 7.5% open space as it's currently designed, not 10%, okay? But the overall open space under the zoning ordinance is measured by the overall tract area, not by individual blocks. And so there is no requirement that the first phase have 10% as long as the total project meets 10%. And as staff has indicated, we exceed that. So, it will be a situation where the first phase, if it were a single project on its own, would be short of open space by a little bit. But the overall project makes that up. And, there are other projects when most of you weren't on the board when you approved the North Park at Montrose project, Montrose Road a little farther to the west here. That project as well had a public park option that was going to be not in Phase 1, it was going to be in a subsequent phase. And so, but the board allowed that to be considered because it is part of the tract area. And that's really all we're asking. So, I appreciate staff offering alternative language. I would suggest that with this discussion that we're having on the record, if there is agreement by staff and the board that each block of this project does not need to meet 10% as long as it does a good job, and I believe 7.5% is a good job, so that then the open space is simply measured overall. And so that the condition could be reworded with that understanding, but simply say the open space design and phasing will be determined at site plan. And we'll obviously we'll have to be back here for that, and we'll show it. But again, it sounds like a broken record. I don't want to mislead you. The first phase is intended to have 7.5% of its site area, not 10%. But overall, we exceed the 10%, and that's how it's measured.
Yep. Excuse me, Mr. Harris. But as we talked about, this is a big site. Ideally, yes. But this is a big site, and sometimes things don't happen, right? You could build that, and then maybe another 5 years, 10 years, or never. And so that townhouse development needs that 10%. So we're trying to figure out some ways that can work here. So it could be some, like staff mentioned, or I don't know what has happened.
I have another idea.
Can I just say one second?
Yeah.
What has happened in the past when a project never did it? Was there a penalty? for some reason, or how much is missed, like that 2.5%, is that, what is that in terms of area? Is that a townhouse, or what?
It's, in fact, it's 3 townhouses, and unfortunately, this project, particularly with the rise in interest rates, is really on the bubble economically, as you can imagine, and so we basically lose a stick of townhomes. I believe it's the one in the far.
Well, it depends on where.
I guess it depends where it is, but there is no more room on that site. We're trying to build an urban rental townhouse project, and there's nowhere else to put it. And so we lose units, and it unfortunately, like the undergrounding utilities, renders the project infeasible, even though it doesn't sound like a lot of units.
Right. Go ahead.
In other jurisdictions that we've worked with, where we've done sort of similar exercises, we've, as a company, made a point to find shopping centers to densify them. It's a focus of our company. And in other jurisdictions, to your point, Vice Chair, we've tied the open spaces to the next residential occupancy permit or the next commercial development. So for instance, if we could put up the phasing plan on the screen where we talk about that additional retail pad, we would be comfortable saying that in order for that retail pad to be developed, that open space needs to come in. So holding us to that
put it
commitment.
with some kind of time frame. That was I was suggesting.
Well, the time frame is
that,
challenging because there's market conditions change that. I came before the board on the NOBI 2 application where we were hoping to be moving forward on that development. The market has changed and we've lost the developer. So that changes the course of development, as we all know. But ensuring that within the next brick that gets put on the property, right? The next use that gets developed on the property, that open space comes in, we're comfortable making that commitment. But to Andy's point, it's a challenge to make the 10% on a phase-by-phase basis.
Okay, so one other question. So you're recommending, can it be tied to, they can't move forward with the next development if they don't provide that extra 2.5%? But also a question, do we ever talk about the quality of open space? Could there be something, I don't know, we'll look at I'm just saying, when they come in with the preliminary plan, look at what does that open space look like on that 7.5%? Is it quality open space? Is it just something near, some green space near the building that doesn't really, is that something we could look at?
We do reference that, Carrie Sanders for the record, we do reference that on page 5 of the staff report. Condition F, 6F, we discuss enhanced public amenities within the neighborhood green. It doesn't speak to common open space, but we could add language there that includes the common open space.
Get to the next level and see what it all looks, at the preliminary plan, and then we make a final determination then. Meaning that we'd be open to, just as a thought, you see where we are, the quality of it, and then either decide yes, no, or this maybe the next step can't happen until but we hear, like you're saying, duly noted. A lot of these things you wanted to say, you're putting it out there now. Duly noted, and we'll try to work on some, if that's.
I think to these points, we hear the feedback, and the good news is the sketch plan is really the first phase, and it's very early. Most of these things we're discussing, we will need to discuss again at the preliminary and site plan. And that's why we have language in the sketch plan conditions that says things like evaluate. So for example, to Commissioner Pedoweem's point about the undergrounding of utilities, you'll notice on page 5, 6E, it says evaluate the implementation of undergrounding the existing utilities. So I think we've built in the condition language a lot of this flexibility and options, so that then when we get to the next phase, there are different ways to look at this, and we are not constraining the project in any way. But we do like to put all the master plan conformance issues out in the staff report for the public and for the board to understand, so that when we get to the next phase, it's all very clear about what those parameters are.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Chairman, we recognize and appreciate your acknowledgement of the next phase being the decision-making time, if you will. And we're fine with that. We would request then that condition 6H just be revised to say that the design and location and timing of open space will be determined at site plan. And then we understand staff's objectives and what we've heard from the board, and we'll work on that in the next couple months.
So, does that work with you?
Is that acceptable?
Yes, that will
Okay.
work.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't want to constrain the project, and I don't want to miss the forest for the trees on an infill development and the removal of the Chuck E. Cheese.
Yep, I think
I
you-
have 3 children. I've been there so many times.
Yeah, I think you hear from the board that we're willing to work, and then also on the park, yep, you're building the park whenever the park just has to have the quality park, and we will work with the Parks Department with, or the staff in the park, what does quality mean? And so you aren't. And then on the underground utilities, as she said, see what, I don't know, does the adjacent if you go east, what happens?
If you go east, the utilities are not undergrounded, but that is obviously a different context and
Right.
obviously a different project that came in at a different time.
Right.
And some of our, policies have been updated since that time.
Right.
So yes, that is correct. East of this site, the utilities are above ground.
Yeah, so then also, we were going to talk to DOT and see what happens to that whole intersection, see what happens to, as you go into the preliminary plan, your electrical design. I think it has to be more refining. We all will be looking at all of that stuff, but you should know that we want to have a feasible project, and if you come back to us, we'll look at it that time. So if there are no other questions and comments, I guess that we had a couple of with conditions. I don't know, maybe you could reiterate what we're approving and with those conditions or any additional conditions. Can you put back up the recommendation again?
Yes, we can, as we discussed, we are going to be changing condition 6H on page 5 of the staff report, and we can pull up that condition and read into the record the change.
Excuse me.
Okay, so 6H is on the screen here. The original condition says each future site plan must provide the minimum required open space, adding the language, the design, location, and timing to be determined at site plan.
Well, wait a minute, it's still, I'm sorry to belabor this, but that first sentence still could be interpreted to say each phase has to have 10%, and I don't think that's a legal requirement, and I know it's not practical.
So addressing that concern and hearing what the board's conversation was, if you struck the word must provide, strike the minimum, so each future site plan must provide open space, the design, location, and timing of which to be determined at site plan.
Perfect. Absolutely.
That's
Right.
acceptable.
Right.
Okay.
And yeah, it's tight, but it will be, but we will know at preliminary plan stage, right? So it's preliminary plan or site plan? What are you?
We're doing a combined preliminary.
Okay. All right, and is that it? Okay, great. Do I have a recommendation to approve the
Yeah.
staff report with conditions with this modification on H that we just discussed?
Yeah, I'll move the, no, go ahead, John.
I would just add, I guess for our
Oh, no,
own
you never had a
benefit.
chance. Yeah, well-
No, I.
Well, then we could say yes, and then we can, with discussion, or if you want to.
No more discussion. I think it's a great project, so so thank you for bringing it to us. I would just add, on the issue of the intersection, it sounds like for now, it might be supportive if you mentioned writing a letter, if we as a board agree to write a letter to MCDOT explaining perhaps the need conceptually and the benefits that we see.
Yeah.
If we could maybe add that to the motion, and then we as a group
Yeah.
can discuss what that looks like.
That sounds good. Yeah, I was going to move that we approve sketch plan number 3, 2023-0050 with the modification to, approval with conditions with the modification to 6H that we discussed, plus including that the board will provide a letter in support of reconfiguration of the intersection of Randolph and Park Lawn.
And my
Second.
second.
Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye, the ayes have it. Thank you, a wonderful project. Thank you. Okay. All right, we will take a 2-minute break, and we'll come back with item number 6, the White Oak Self-Storage Sketch Plan, Site Plan, and Forest Conservation Plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 6, White Oak Self-Storage, Sketch Plan, Site Plan, and Forest Conservation Plan, public hearing where staff is recommending approval with conditions. So from staff, Parker Smith will be giving the presentation, and the applicant is duly seated. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Parker Smith with the Mid-County Planning Division, presenting Sketch Plan 3/2023-0040, Site Plan 8/2023-0100, and Final Forest Conservation Plan F 2023-0330 for White Oak Self-Storage. This application will effectively allow the existing self-storage facility on site to expand in the form of a new building at the rear of the property and an addition at the front of the property. Staff is recommending approval with conditions of the sketch site and forest conservation plans to allow the applicant to expand this existing self-storage use on the site. Staff believes that the project furthers the public interest by providing design improvements to the existing building, improving the property's relationship with the street, providing stormwater management facilities where there previously were none, and providing accommodations for a future trail connection at the rear of the property. The project also furthers the public interest by allowing the existing self-storage use to expand, which is preferable to having that demand for self-storage facilities met on a separate site that could otherwise be used for more desirable development. The project conforms with the recommendations of the master plan and with the applicable requirements set forth in the zoning code. So the subject application is an optional method project which necessitates the 3 plans that are before you today. The sketch plan establishes the general parameters for development, including a proposed schedule of public benefit points. The site plan consists of a more detailed look at the proposed development, providing a final determination of public benefit points and establishing the plan's compliance with the requirements of the zoning code. Lastly, the final forest conservation plan shows how the proposed development is compliant with Forest Conservation Law, Chapter 22A. This project previously went before the board in the form of a local map amendment, conditional use, and preliminary forest conservation plan, and were recommended for approval at the planning board hearing on January 5th, 2023. The local map amendment was later approved by the county council, rezoning the subject property from CR to CRTF, and the conditional use was later approved by the hearing examiner to allow self-storage use in that CRTF zone. The details of the proposed self-storage expansion before you today are nearly identical from what was shown on these previously approved plans. The subject property is located at the southeast of the White Oak commercial node that exists just south of the intersection of New Hampshire Avenue with Columbia Pike. To the north of the site are existing commercial uses that include another self-storage facility directly to the north, and the site's southern edge borders the Food and Drug Administration's campus. The site is within the 2014 White Oak Science Gateway Master Plan area. The site itself is a long, narrow parcel that fronts on New Hampshire Avenue and was recently rezoned to CRTF 2.5, C2.25, R1.5, H200 by the recently approved LMA. At the front west of the property is an existing self-storage facility with a service parking area along New Hampshire Avenue, and currently at the rear of the property is vehicle storage associated with the existing self-storage use. The existing building contains 115,200 square feet of self-storage use. The building was developed prior to the 2014 zoning code rewrite, under which the property's previous zoning classification was C2. Under that C2 zone, the development of the existing self-storage facility was allowed by right. So here on the screen is an annotated site plan of the project. The proposed development and expansion of the self-storage use has 2 main components. The first is at the front west of the property, where a 3,600 square foot addition to the second and third floors of the existing building will provide a sheltered parking area and provide an enhanced street presence. The second component is a new 116,000 square foot self-storage building at the rear of the property, behind which an easement for future dedication of a master plan trail connection will be recorded. The front area of the subject property will be reconfigured and improved. As you can see, the addition to the second and third floors will extend out from the building's existing facade. This addition will bring the facility closer to the street frontage and create an urban edge along New Hampshire Avenue. The addition also provides shelter to the property's parking spaces and screens loading activities from the street. In addition to the architectural improvements to the front of the property, landscaping and frontage improvements are also proposed. The applicant is providing enhanced landscaping along the property's New Hampshire Avenue frontage, as well as pedestrian improvements in conformance with the Complete Streets Design Guide. The curb radius for the project's access point has also been narrowed, further improving the site's pedestrian realm. A future bike facility is prescribed for the section of New Hampshire Avenue per the White Oak Master Plan and Bicycle Master Plan, for which the applicant will be providing a fee in lieu based on the property's limited frontage. The rear of the property will contain a new 116,000 square foot self-storage building. A parking and loading area is proposed between the existing building at the front and the proposed building at the rear of the property. The development of the new self-storage building will allow a new trail connection at the rear of the property to be realized sometime in the future. This connection was envisioned as part of the 2014 White Oak Science Gateway Master Plan, and you can see the diagram from that master plan that calls out the connection in the top right of the screen. The trail area will be placed in an easement for future dedication in the land records of Montgomery County, which will allow the trail to be constructed and the connection to be realized if and when properties to the north and south redevelop. The subject property will be accessed via the existing single right-in, right-out access point from New Hampshire Avenue. The applicant received a 13-space parking waiver as part of the project's approved conditional use application to allow for the provision of 12 parking spaces on site. The applicant has stated that there will be no more than 4 staff members on site at any one time, and the proposed parking areas include 5 loading spaces in addition to the 12 parking spaces. The applicant is confident, based on expertise in developing and operating self-storage facilities, that this will be ample parking for the proposed use. Per Chapter 59, 50 public benefit points are required for this plan type. Staff supports the awarding of 50 public benefit points via minimum parking, architectural elevations, exceptional design, cool roof, energy generation, as well as a recycling facility plan that has been approved by the Department of Environmental Protection. There are no environmentally sensitive features on the subject property, and the applicant will be required to provide 0.41 acres of forest mitigation. We have just 2 minor condition changes today, really just to clarify and be more precise about the amount of development being proposed and approved here. And the subject application is consistent with the provisions of Chapter 59, Chapter 22A, and the 2014 White Oak Science Gateway Master Plan. Adequate public facilities exist for the project, and the applicant has received approval of their stormwater management concept. Staff believes that the subject application furthers the public interest by providing design improvements to the existing building, improving the property's relationship with the street, providing stormwater management facilities, and providing accommodations for a future trail connection at the rear of the property. The project also furthers the public interest by expanding an existing self-storage use, which is preferable to having the demand for self-storage facilities met on a separate site that could otherwise be used for more desirable development. The applicant has met all proper signage, noticing, and submittal requirements as outlined in Chapter 59, and staff has not received any correspondence regarding this project. And with that, staff recommends approval of the, with conditions of Sketch Plan 3 2023-0040, Site Plan 8 2023-0100, and Final Forest Conservation Plan F 2023-0330. And I can answer any questions at this time.
For the record, I am intimately familiar with Self-Storage Plus, and unfortunately, I mistook them for the adjacent property. My business is currently a tenant in the property, so I'll be abstaining from any comment and votes with regards to this facility. Thanks.
Thank you for letting us know that. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Yes, good afternoon. We'll be brief, as I think we're the only application standing between you and lunch, but just have a few remarks to make. For the record, my name is Elizabeth Rogers with the law firm of Lurch, Early & Brewer. Pleasure to be here today representing White Oak Storage Owner LLC, the applicant for the sketch and site plan applications before you today. With me here today are Steve Creighton and Nana Bain with Arkland on behalf of the applicant. Pat LeVay and Dylan Macro with MHG, the civil engineers and landscape architects, and Rebecca Brown with BWD Architects. Before we begin, I did just want to take a quick moment to thank staff for all of their efforts and hard work to get this application to the board so expeditiously. We always appreciate it. Particular thanks to Parker Smith as lead reviewer, who, as always, has done a truly excellent job, and to Carrie Sanders and Matt Folden for their excellent leadership. The plan before you today, as Parker mentioned, is the result of a substantial amount of collaboration between the applicant and Park and Planning staff that occurred during the previous conditional use and local map amendment applications. That collaboration resulted in a much improved building design. Reflective of all of that effort that went into those previous applications, the sketch and site plan that are before you today are virtually identical to the plans that were approved earlier this year. These applications facilitate the applicant's reinvestment in the existing self-storage use on the property. Specifically, as you heard, we're seeking to construct a new self-storage facility at the rear of the site. The proposed building and its setbacks will promote compatibility with the adjacent garden apartments as compared to the existing vehicular storage lot that exists today. And importantly, through this expansion, we're able to reinvest in the existing building and the site by bringing the building up to the street, enhancing the architecture, and improving the frontage along New Hampshire Avenue. This project is in substantial conformance with the goals and recommendations of the master plan. An overarching goal is to encourage reinvestment in the centers, and that's exactly what this project does by transforming the existing building architecture and enhancing the pedestrian environment. And we hope it will serve as a catalyst for other nearby properties to reinvest similarly in those properties in the future. So with that, I would just conclude by recognizing that we are in full support of the findings contained in the staff report and the conditions of approval as amended. We agree with their staff's recommendation that the sketch and site plan meet all of the necessary requirements of the zoning ordinance for the board to make their findings. And our team would be happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rogers. Does the board have any questions, comments? This is great. Yep, the building will look great with that facelift, and I'm glad you're able to provide more density there. It's interesting, the new building is the same size or slightly larger than the old. Is it because it's a floor taller or something? Why it looks like a smaller footprint, but it's got the same amount of square footage?
Go ahead.
The new expansion is has additional height, additional stories.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, if no other comments or questions, do I have a motion for approval? Do we have to do two, one for the forest conservation plan and then one for the other two, or can they do all in one? Three different approvals? Okay, great.
All right. I'll move then that we approve the sketch plan number 3, 2023-0040. With conditions. With the conditions.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye, and four and one abstained, okay. And the second?
I'll move then that we approve the site plan number 8, 2023-0100. With conditions.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 4 ayes, 1 abstained, and the last, the forest conservation plan.
You can do this
Oh,
one.
yeah. Oh.
Okay, I move for Forest Conservation Plan F 2023-0330. Does it have conditions? Yes. With conditions.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 4 ayes and 1 abstain. Thank you so much. And we'll we'll start. I have item 10 and 11 are closed sessions, and so I'll just read them. According to item number 10, closed session, according to Maryland Annotated Code, General Provisions, Article 3-305B3, to consider the acquisition of real property from a public purpose and matters directly related to the acquisition. Topic to be discussed, East Capitol Crescent Urban Recreation Park. And item number...
Can we do two separate motions,
Okay,
please?
do I have a motion to go to closed session?
Move that we go to closed session.
I
Under that.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. The second is item number 11, closed session, according to Maryland Annotated Code, General Provisions, Article 3-305B1, to discuss the appointment employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of an appointee, employee, or official over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals. Topic to be discussed, Parks Director position. Do I have a motion to go to closed session?
I move to go to closed session.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. Thank you. We'll be back around 2:10. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 8, Greencastle Elementary School Edition, where we're discussing the mandatory referral. This is the public hearing where staff is recommending approval to transmit comments to MCPS. And we'll start out with Josh Penn from staff presenting this project, and we also have the applicant here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. With Josh Penn here for Up County Planning. With me, I have Patrick Butler, the Division Chief, and on the line we have Brett Brown, our Transportation Planner. I just wanted to introduce today Greencastle Elementary School, MR 2024001. It is located at 13611 Roby Road in Silver Spring, Maryland, 20904. It's on the southeast side of Roby Road, approximately 400 feet from Briggs Cheney Road. You can see the site here in the dashed red line. The existing conditions of the site is existing Greencastle Elementary School. It's 11.9 acres, and it's in the Paint Branch Cluster and the 1997 Fairland Master Plan. You can see here there's curtain portables on the back of the site here, some of which will be replaced by this easement, some which will be maintained until the school gets redistricted, and then they are predicted to go away on that redistricting. But if you have any questions about that, I'm sure in public schools can answer that as we move forward. The proposal here is for a 13,000 square foot addition, which would eliminate some on-site portables, as I discussed. It would increase parking from 87 to 100 parking spot, refinish the pre-K play area, new bike racks, ADA path to the public sidewalk here. And then we have 2 dedicated parking spaces to the south of the drawing here for their linkages to learning program, and they're also providing new stormwater management for the additions. Just so you can get an idea for the architecture, this is looking from the northeast side down. You can see kind of where the existing building is. To remain in this would be the addition coming forward. Here is from the southwest side looking at the addition where it meets the building. And then another shot here of the side entrance on the parent drop-off lewd side. So you can see that there's a nice big grand entrance there for the kids and the parents drop off. Similar entrances on the other side, but it's the current entrance on the other side of the school, I believe. It is in the 1997 master plan, the Fairland Master Plan. It is also covered by the Bicycle Master Plan. The site was highlighted in the master plan as an existing elementary school and is going to remain an elementary school seat. You can see here from the Fairland plan, it's right here in the red dashed line. For transportation, I wanted to introduce Brett Brown. Brett, if you would like to go over the transportation slides.
Sure. Good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, Brett Brown, Up County Transportation. This slide and the succeeding slide just kind of briefly summarize some of the transportation conditions that are a part of this project. I've separated them into 2 different columns. So the first 3 are joint transportation comments between Park and Planning staff and MCDOT, and then the final 2 are strictly MCDOT comments. So the first and most important being widening the sidewalk along the frontage of the property. So this is from north to south, from the northern property boundary to the southern property boundary along Roby Road, reducing the width of the new ingress and egress point, which you'll see again on the next succeeding slides. I have some illustrations for that. And then installing some pedestrian calming measurements at an existing mid-block crossing on Roby Road. And then of course the final 2 comments, redesigning some of the pedestrian entryways to be flush with the sidewalk, and then a recommendation for MCPS to jointly study the feasibility of a possible pedestrian beacon at the mid-block crossing that I just mentioned. Next slide, please. So again, just to kind of, briefly wrap this up in a little bow. So this is just illustrating the frontage improvements along Roby Road. So the red line demarcates the 6-foot sidewalk, again, stretching from the northern property boundary to the southern property boundary. The image on the left is the proposed, and obviously the image on the right is existing. Next slide, please. And again, this is just showing the existing ingress and egress points. As you can see, there's a portion that will be removed, and then the second portion will be existing. That will actually be a full movement loop instead of the 2 entrances that you see now. Next slide, please. And then third, this is just showing the existing conditions for the mid-block crossing from the school site. As you can see, it's not in the best condition. As a part of the condition of this project, we are looking to add curb extensions to at least diminish the crossing time for students or parents crossing. On the other side of this, about 400 feet down, there's an entrance to an apartment complex, and then about 250 feet to the north, there's another entrance to an apartment complex that is heavily trafficked by both students and parents. Next slide, please. This again, this is just illustrating my previous point. I believe this is in North Dakota. This is just to kind of illustrate what the curb bulbs could possibly look like as a mid-block crossing. Next slide. And this is just, again, just an illustration from the site plan, just showing some of the comments from MCDOT about having an ADA ramp and having this a little more flush with the sidewalk and just removing this altogether. Next slide. And then last but not least, this is just kind of talking about the feasibility study for the pedestrian beacon. So as I mentioned before, as a part of the condition of this project, we were looking to create curb bulb outs to diminish the length of the crossing time for pedestrians. This hawk beacon, I believe this is in on Belpre Road, and the second one is in Cleveland Park. These are just some local examples of what could possibly happen, but this would happen a little later on down the line. And I believe that's it for transportation. So if you have any questions, I'll be around to answer them. Thank you.
Thanks, Brett. I appreciate that. Before we move on from transportation, I just want to go back and clarify something here on the first slide, I believe it was. Here where we're talking about frontage improvements for the project. What Public Schools is currently proposing on their plan, which is more than they originally proposed as they worked with us, what they could fit into the budget, to show that they've been working with us bit by bit as we went through the process, is they're proposing the entire frontage of their work area to be improved, which is basically from entrance point to entrance point. What we're asking for is the difference is we ask for the entire frontage, which would be from the northern property line to that entrance point and from the southern entrance point down to the southern property line. And right now there is a 4-foot sidewalk. The standard is a 6-foot sidewalk. And so when we're asking what the difference is between what Public Schools has agreed to or shown on their plans and to what we're asking for as a staff for what would be the standard frontage improvement for any developer in the county, bringing it up to standards along your property frontage. I just wanted to highlight that that's the difference in between where we're at with Public Schools now and where we wanted to be at as we move forward. With that being said, the application does comply with Chapter 22A. It has a forest conservation exemption for a modification to existing developed property, and staff did confirm the exemption on July 10th, 2023. The proposed development is in substantial conformance with the master plans. It complies with the environmental guidelines and meets the requirements of Chapter 22A. No public correspondence has been received, and staff is recommending approval of the mandatory referral with the recommendations that we've added. Thank you very much. We are here for questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Penn. With folks from the public school, or the other people representing the applicant like to make a presentation, or?
No, I think that pretty much covered it.
Okay. All right, thank you. So could you just represent who you are up front? That'd be great today.
Sure. Sean Lindemann with Clark Azar and Associates, the civil engineer for the team.
Uh-huh.
Daniel Lee, project manager with MCPS.
Great. Good to see you again, Daniel. Yeah.
And Corey Purdom Matthias, the project architect with Profit and Associates Architects.
Okay. Great. So just, do the members of the board have any comments or questions?
I just have one confirmation from Josh. You said that the difference between the frontage on Roby Road is the limit and also the width. The school has 4 feet and you're recommending 6, and then you're just stretching the limits on each side a little bit to the property line.
Right now, there is an existing 4-foot sidewalk along the entire frontage from boundary to boundary.
Oh, there is one.
What we asked for was a 6-foot sidewalk, which is the standard, along the entire frontage, so improving the existing condition
Yes.
by 2 feet.
Okay.
And what Public Schools came back with was from their entire work area, from where they were working to where they were working, they would approve to 6 feet, but they could not, in their budget, go beyond that from the southern point of the project to the southern boundary, and from the northern part of the project to the northern boundary.
But how much is the difference in cost?
I will leave that to public schools to answer.
Yeah, so it's a couple of items, because it's not just removal and replacement of sidewalk. The entire frontage of the property is like 700 feet. So when you expand that out to a 6-foot sidewalk and you include that whole thing in your limits of disturbance, you're talking over 4,000 square foot of pavement that has to be accounted for in your stormwater design. Our stormwater is as maxed out as we possibly can be right now. If we extend the sidewalk all the way across the whole frontage, we'd have to look at another location for a stormwater facility, and we've looked, there's very little space left on this site to stick some stormwater.
Oh, the issue then is stormwater. Have you discussed it with DPS to see if there is a way that they could give you waiver just for that additional length? Because it's a public benefit that would work, and it's just for the water. Stormwater management is for water quality, not quantity. So I'm wondering that if we could request to get a waiver for just that short stretch, or additional 4,000 square foot.
Yeah, maybe we could put that in our recommendation. You know, it would, you're going to do what the school's going to do, and we do, you do have to satisfy stormwater management requirements. I don't know if this pond there, that's what that is in the front there. It can't stretch anymore to the left?
They're maximized. Yeah, there's drainage area requirements, and then there's also limits on the facilities themselves. We're essentially maxed across all the facilities we're putting in. And there was one, we're even taking a little bit of extra credit from one that was installed a couple years ago. And even with that extra credit, we're right up against it.
What's shown was installed 2 years ago?
No, there's one that's a little off screen. So there's a baseball field kind of towards the rear of the property. Kind of on the northern boundary of that, there's an existing stormwater facility.
Mm-hmm. So great. I mean, we could add just our recommendation is to consider I think a 6-foot wide sidewalk is a reasonable size to have with kids and all that, doing the multimodal that we, bicycling, walking, strollers, and all other stuff. So, but are there any other comments from the commissioners?
No, just one.
Sorry, I'll just say quickly, sorry.
No, please.
Just
please
from
go ahead.
planning's perspective, yeah, I mean, we would be flexible working with DPS. I have to imagine that given we're trying to improve the pedestrian environment for young children to walk to school, that would hopefully take priority over any, if there's flexibility waiver, et cetera, in a stormwater management concept, that we could try to work with the applicant and DPS on that. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, that was helpful. Thank you. I had a question about something separate, so I'm not sure if we want to resolve that.
Yes, and yeah, I'm sure there are always competing goals, and we want to work. The goal is to work together, and so that we would like to put that, that work together to see if the DPS can provide some waivers and stuff, so that they can. Because our goal is it's great to have the 6-foot sidewalk.
Yeah, I guess just to chime in again, the other issue that we are up against here is the budget. The original scope was actually a 2-story addition, but the funds are just not there. I don't know, Cody, if you want to talk to how the programming has changed over the course of the project, but we've slashed so much on this that if costs continue to rise, they may not get this addition.
Right. So, but it's 4,000 square feet of sidewalk. Just say you got the waiver, Ed. I can't. I'm like, how much are you talking? If you don't have, what is 4,000 square feet of sidewalk? Is that the incremental 2 feet? I mean, to take, well, you have to take it all out, but what does that cost?
I mean, I'm not here to,
Maybe about $40,000 order of magnitude.
Yeah, so I will also go back to our conversation. I think, the school board and the planning board met about a month ago and talked about, some better coordination, collaboration. I'll just say that this is a small issue, but it's also a significant one. I mean, we're, again, trying to provide a safer pedestrian environment for children to walk to school. We're trying to encourage walking, biking, getting kids out of the car and getting them to school safely. So, again, as much as we can coordinate early on so that we can help MCPS identify what type of facilities or improvements we will be requiring, then we hope that those improvements would be built into their budget request,
Right.
et cetera, for these types of projects. So again, we did try to work with MCPS to say, look, this was our ultimate ask, was for the entire frontage. We hear where you're saying where you're at. We were willing to back down from that in this particular instance and say, we'll accept the expanded improvements that you provided in this case, but in future cases, we do want you to take this seriously, that we want the entire frontage to be incorporated into your budgets moving forward. But I'm saying all that. That was staff's perspective. Of course, we'll defer to the board, whatever
I
you would
think
like
we
to
should
recommend.
go ahead and submit as mandatory referral as having the sidewalk 6 foot and 2 foot extensions, but with the school understanding the staff position. But because mandatory referral comments are advisory, and we should advise what is the right thing in that. That's what my suggestion is.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I also agree with that. And I also agree with the perspective that I think setting this expectation moving forward is the right one, especially because we know that this isn't one of those cases where there's like a disconnected network, but it is a case where there's differences in the quality of infrastructure, which can also similarly impact people's comfort and safety. So we don't want dramatic changes, during a singly connected path to school that kids and parents might take. So yeah, I support that. I have one other question about the crossing. I guess the bump outs you were suggesting across Roby Road. You mentioned, I think it was on a separate slide. I think the bump outs are great. You mentioned on a separate slide the possibility of, or at least looking into things like hawk signals, other kind of signalized approaches. Was this specifically at this crossing, or were you referring to a different place on the site?
Brett, would you like to go ahead and answer that question?
Sure, I can answer that. Yeah, it was specifically at this crossing. In our previous conversations, we were looking to add an additional crossing closer to where the new entrance and exit would be. MCPS had voiced their concerns that they only have one crossing guard, so it would be safer to have the one mid-block crossing. So we were able to come to a compromise, and the curb bump outs ended up being that compromise. As a part of MCDOT's conditions, they were also looking to, if it all possible in the future, to put some kind of a pedestrianized signal right there.
Okay. So just as a point of clarification, I guess for my own benefit, this falls under MCDOT's purview. Obviously, they have to do the traffic analysis. Can we weigh in? So would it be appropriate for the board to weigh in on the importance of this kind of signalized or some sort of controlled signalized approach to this crossing, given that it will be the only one, the main one, that's used by kids and parents? I don't know what the existing kind of traffic volume is on Roby Road, or particularly during peak hours, but I guess I'm just wondering, even though it's under their purview to kind of move forward, and I'm assuming they would also be the ones, it would be their project, but could we as a board kind of include that in the mandatory referral as additional advice, or send a separate note maybe to MCDOT?
Sure. So one, I would say if you want to add something at this point, I would do it subject to MCDOT review and approval, and you indicated your desire for that type of improvement. But again, it would be subject to the review and approval. Also, again, we're having the discussion on cost on sidewalk. If there's additional cost with that, understanding that perhaps MCPS is not budgeted for whatever that delta would be.
I'm sensitive to the cost concern, but I think in a similar vein to setting an expectation moving forward, perhaps it's not not feasible within the context of this project, but I think that when we're looking at this moving forward, particularly for kids of this age, we really do need controlled crossings if this is the only crossing to get to school. I think that should be an important part of these projects moving forward, and therefore should be budgeted, and MCDOT should be brought into the process at an early stage to do the traffic analysis and so on. So, thanks for that.
I can add, there is a crossing guard here during school hours, so they will be patrolling that roadway at this crosswalk.
Thanks.
Okay, so do I have a motion to recommend the mandatory referral with transmitting it to MCPS with our comments? And the comments of what the staff's comments of the 6-foot wide sidewalk, and is it the comments to consider the hawk signal if there are no cross guard or something? I mean, what are we?
I would say subject to MCDOT review and approval.
Right.
Because there will be, there is a crossing guard.
Okay.
There will be one at every school, so there will be one here. So if that was still in addition to that, something when that's going to be at like the peak hours, that the crossing guard will be there. If you're talking about other times.
Right.
Then.
Right. Well, I think, many schools, certainly peak hours is the highest volume of kids walking to school and back. But, there are on-site park facilities, there's ball fields here. I think there's other times of day and on the weekends when kids and families might use this.
Right.
So I'm comfortable, but I'm comfortable with that language, sort of subject to MCDOT review and approval.
Okay. Is there?
Yeah, so I'll move to approve and transmit the comments to MCPS, include the staff comments and the additional comments made regarding the sidewalk and hawk signaling.
Okay, I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. We're going to take just 1 minute and then start the last item, which is item number 9, the Olney Theater public hearing, where staff is recommending approval of the site plan amendment and the forest conservation plan with conditions. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item 9, our last item of the day, Olney Theater Center public hearing, where staff is recommending approval with conditions of the site plan amendment and the forest conservation plan. Welcome. We'll start out with Alexandra Dupre presenting the project. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alexandra Dupre. I'm a lead reviewer with the Up-County Division, and this application is the Olney Theater Center. It is a site plan amendment number 82001022E. So overall, staff recommends approval with conditions of this site plan amendment. The application is proposing to reconfigure the square footages of the approved buildings from a previous amendment, modify a 10-foot wide side path, install geothermal wells in the parking lot, reconfigure stormwater management facilities, and modify previously approved conditions. The site is located at 2001 Olney Sandy Spring Road in Olney. It is east of the Olney Town Center, north of Maryland 108, and it falls within the Hollings River James Creek watershed. It is zoned Planned Cultural Center. It is actually split zoned with the lower southwest corner in the RE2 zone, and then the rest in the PCC zone. And it falls within the 2005 Olney Master Plan. It is a 10.5 acre lot. It's currently improved with the existing Olney Theater Center, which is 63,823 square feet. And it has a previous amendment which has allowed 17,622 square feet of building expansion, which will be altered by this proposed amendment. And you can access the Olney Theater Center from Maryland 108. So the applicant is proposing to reconfigure the square footages of the approved buildings from a previous amendment, Amendment C. They're proposing to modify the 10-foot wide side path, install geothermal wells in the parking lot, reconfigure stormwater management facilities, modify previously approved conditions, and relocate some storage containers. So instead of reading the whole table to you, the basic summary is that the amendment is reconfiguring the square footages of some of the buildings that were approved previously, which have not yet been built, with an overall reduction of 525 square feet. The staff report had a slight miscalculation in the data table where a building square footage was accidentally repeated. And so the correction is shown here. And so the square footage is still reduced by 525 square feet per this amendment. And I would be happy to talk more about the individual buildings at the end if you have questions on them. The architecture proposed is pretty continuous with what exists. It's in keeping with the current style of the design of the Olney Theater Center. This application is not proposing any net new trips, so it's exempt from an LATR study. The applicant will revise a connection to the existing landing area along Maryland 108, which is shown in red here, to ensure adequate bike movement. Otherwise, transportation facilities are adequate to support the application. This application satisfies Chapter 22A, Forest Conservation Law. No forest is proposed to be removed, and they are meeting their reforestation requirements with existing Category 1 and 2 conservation easements. They have submitted a tree variance request to impact the critical root zones of 3 protected trees. We support this because it is necessary for the loading area and additional storage for the theater. So the overall findings is that this application meets requirements of the Planned Cultural Center zone. The locations of the buildings and structures are adequate, safe, and efficient. The pedestrian and vehicular circulation is adequate, safe, and efficient. The structures and uses are compatible, conforms to the 2005 Olney Master Plan. It also complies with forest conservation law, and it meets all findings and requirements for site plans. So as I mentioned before, there's a slight miscalculation in the staff report. And so we're showing here the revisions to the first condition to account for that miscalculation. And then on page 6, the condition number 6 of the forest conservation conditions, the last line was accidentally repeated from a previous condition, and so it can be striked. We recommend approval with conditions of this application as revised by what we mentioned of the Olney Theater Center Site Plan Amendment number 82001022E. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Maybe you or the applicant will go over it. It was, could someone show exactly what's changing? It was hard for me to understand. Is it the interior changing or is the facade some changes? But it was, you know, with, it seems like a lot of little movements, but you saw some facade there. So, but could someone go over what's actually? I know the road improvements, I know the act, but it's hard for me to understand what's happening to the buildings, okay?
Sure, so I'm happy to answer that. Some of the buildings are expanding, and then some of them are shrinking or being removed. And so you can see it a little bit in the site plan that some of them are expanding, but let me show the data table. So for example, in a previous amendment, they had proposed a little over 5,000 square feet of an education wing. And then in this amendment, they're proposing to remove that and take that amount of square footage and add it to a different building. So it's essentially kind of shifting the square footages around to make it work for the different existing buildings.
So they removed a 5,000 square foot wing and they're building an additional 5,000 on the production building?
Yeah, Chair Harris. Hi, Heather Delapolsky. I'm the land use attorney for the applicant. So I think the sort of important thing to keep in mind is that we are making theoretical changes to things that have not actually yet been built. So under the C amendment, which was sort of the theater envisioned their master plan, not master plan in the sense that MNCPPC uses it, but sort of their vision for the site, they got a whole bunch of things approved, but not yet constructed. And now they are making changes to things that were previously approved, but not yet constructed, along with some minor physical changes to the lobby and the facade, which is in existence today, so are actual physical changes. So that's sort of two categories of the types
So
of
nothing on the approved in the second column was built?
That is correct. Nothing in the second column under approved in C has been built yet.
And this proposed is for something to be built?
Yes, just changes to what was approved in the C amendment that have not yet been built. All sort of theoretical.
And then on that plan, could you put that plan back up there? I don't know if you can blow it. So that's when you implement all those things, that's so this is kind of a paper exercise now, right?
That is precisely.
For something.
Yes.
When will this be built?
Debbie Ellinghaus with the theater is on virtually, and she can speak to that. This is sort of part of Olney Theater's, they call it their Staging the Future plan. So obviously they're a nonprofit organization, and it's very much geared to fundraising for the most part. But Debbie, I'm sure, can say much more eloquent than I can.
Yeah, Miss Ellinghaus, is there, just out of curiosity, is there a schedule for?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just-
Yes, thank you. Yes, we are hoping and expecting that we will have the funds raised in order to have this built by 2026.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is there anything else the applicant wants to say?
No, actually, we are in, we obviously do have our full team here today, including Debbie, architects, land planners, landscape architects, if there are any other questions. But we are in full agreement with staff on all of the proposed conditions of approval and completely agree with the changes that Alex made with regard to the total square footages in the data table and then the revisions to those two conditions as well. So any other questions that you have, but we're in full agreement.
Okay, so there was a comment. Is there reforestation, new reforestation, or just amending the old reforestation?
There will be mitigation for
For those,
specimen trees,
but all of the forest conservation, the forest conservation has been met. There are some trees that are being impacted by some of the changes, but with very minimal impact. So there's no additional forest conservation.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm good. Is there any other comments, questions?
Looks good to me. I love the Only Theater. I'm very excited to go there when it's done.
I should say I love Only Theater also. I actually used to have a membership to it, not now, but I had, because I moved away, so.
So if no other, thank you for doing it. It's important to have the performing arts in our county, so thank you for looking forward to, hopefully, Debbie, this funding comes through and you're able to move forward with it.
And I apologize. I actually cut Debbie off because I just want to see if there's tolerance on the board. Debbie, did you want to say just a few brief words on behalf of the theater?
Oh, well, I did have something prepared, but I'll just say thank you all. Thank you for the kind words that you just said. It is heartwarming to hear you say how important the performing arts are to our community. Yes, we do still have some money to raise for this project, but I full confidence that our community will show up and will help us raise the money so that we can have this built by 2026 and continue to add to the vitality of this community.
Okay, thank you. So if no other comments or questions, do I have a motion?
Just a quick comment here. Please make sure that we make a motion also for the final forest conservation plan. That is listed on the staff report. It's not here on the presentation listed, the number, but it's on the staff report listed. F 2023-004A.
Yes.
Perfect.
Great, good. So is it two separate approvals we need here? Okay, so do I have a motion to approve site plan number?
Well, I move to approve the site plan amendment number 8, 2001, 022E.
I will second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have
I
it.
move to approve the final forest conservation plan number F 2023-004A with conditions.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you so much. We look
Thank you
forward
so
to
much.
the renovation. And the planning board hearing is now adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.